Stories and tales have always been a rich part of Zen Buddhism, passed down from teacher to student across generations. Many of these are called koans. A koan could be a brief story, strange question, or even just a single word or gesture. They are used in Zen practice to provoke what is called the great doubt and to test a student's understanding. These are not ordinary tales with clear lessons at the end. They are something deeper, tools for opening the mind. Before we begin, feel free to share what time it is and where you're listening from. Some of these stories may seem strange. Many may appear bizarre, even nonsensical at first. You might encounter monks, teachers, or masters giving answers that make no logical sense. This strangeness is intentional. These tales are designed to break through our usual ways of thinking, to point towards something that cannot be captured in ordinary words. Yet, within each strange moment, within each puzzling exchange, there often lies a seed of wisdom. Not wisdom we grasp with the thinking mind, but wisdom we might feel or sense or suddenly understand in a flash. After each story, we will pause to reflect briefly on what it might be showing us. These reflections are offered gently, as possibilities rather than certainties. Your own understanding may differ, and that is perfectly fine. Each person hears these stories in their own way. So settle in. Listen with an open mind and an open heart. Some stories will resonate immediately. Others may reveal their meaning days or even years from now. And some may remain mysteries forever. Thank you for being here. Let's begin our journey together. Two monks, Tanzan and Aikido, walked together along a road thick with mud. Rain continued to fall heavily. As they rounded a corner, they came upon a young woman in fine silk clothing. She stood at the edge of a muddy crossing, unable to pass. Without hesitation, Tanzan approached her. "Come along," he said, and lifted her into his arms. He carried her safely across the mud and set her down on the other side. Aikido walked on in silence. That evening, when they arrived at their lodging, Aikido could no longer contain himself. "We monks are taught not to go near women," he said to Tanzan. "Especially not young and beautiful ones. It is dangerous. Why did you carry her?" "I set her down back at the crossing," replied Tanzan. "Are you still carrying her?" This story shows us something about letting go of judgment and worry. Aikido carried his concerns for hours, replaying the moment, judging what happened, while Tanzan released it as soon as it passed. We often do this too, dwelling on things long after they have ended, creating our own mental burden. The woman was set down at the crossing, but Aikido picked her up in his mind and carried her all day. Tanzan helped someone in need, then let the moment complete itself. Sometimes we carry not the weight of our actions, but the weight of our endless thinking about them. In Tokyo during the Meiji era, two teachers lived with opposing ways. Unsho, a Shingon instructor, followed every precept carefully. He never touched alcohol and never ate past 11 in the morning. Tanzan, a philosophy professor, observed no such rules. He ate when hungry and slept when tired, even during the day. One afternoon, Unsho visited Tanzan and found him drinking wine. "Hello, brother," said Tanzan. "Will you join me for a drink?" "I never drink," Unsho declared solemnly. "Someone who does not drink is not even human," said Tanzan. Are you calling me inhuman simply because I refuse an intoxicating drink? Unsho replied with anger. If I am not human, then what am I? A Buddha, answered Tanzan. This story reveals that strict adherence to rules can become another form of attachment. Tanzan points beyond the form to the essence. True Buddha nature is not found in following or breaking rules, but in being free from attachment to either. Unsho takes pride in his discipline, but this pride itself is a barrier. When Tanzan calls him a Buddha, he means that someone so rigid has moved beyond being simply human, beyond the natural flow of life. It is a gentle way of saying that perfection in form can be its own prison. Master Hakuin was known by his neighbors as one who lived purely. Near him lived a young woman whose parents owned a food shop. One day, without warning, they discovered she was expecting a child. Her parents were furious. She would not say who the father was, but after much pressure, she named Hakuin. The parents went to the master in anger. "Is that so?" was all he said. When the baby was born, they brought the child to Hakuin. By now, his reputation was ruined, though this did not trouble him. He cared for the infant tenderly, gathering milk and whatever else was needed from the neighbors. A year passed. The young mother could bear it no longer and confessed the truth. The real father was a young worker from the fish market. Her parents immediately went to Hakuin to apologize and ask for the child back. Hakuin agreed without resistance. As he handed over the baby, he said only, "Is that so?" This story shows perfect equanimity in the face of praise and blame. Hakuin remained undisturbed by false accusation and undisturbed by vindication. He simply did what was needed in each moment without clinging to reputation or self. When falsely accused, he said, "Is that so?" When vindicated, he said, "Is that so?" Both responses were the same because his inner peace never wavered. He cared for the child not to prove anything, but because a child needed care. This is the freedom that comes from having no investment in what others think of us. Master Ryokan lived simply in a small hut at the base of a mountain. One night a thief came to his hut, only to find there was nothing worth stealing. Ryokan returned and discovered the intruder. "You have traveled far to visit me," he said to the thief. "You should not leave without something. Please take my clothes as a gift." The thief was confused, but took the clothes and disappeared into the night. Ryokan sat naked beneath the night sky, gazing at the moon. "Poor fellow," he thought. "I wish I could have given him this beautiful moon." This anecdote speaks to the difference between material poverty and spiritual richness. Ryokan possessed nothing, yet lacked nothing. The thief left with clothes, but missed the real treasure, the moon that cannot be stolen, the peace that cannot be taken. Ryokan felt genuine compassion for the thief, wishing he could share what truly mattered. The most valuable things in life cannot be carried away by anyone. They can only be seen and experienced. A person who owns nothing but can enjoy the moon is richer than one who owns everything but cannot see its beauty. 20 monks and one nun named Eshun practiced meditation together under a Zen master. Though her head was shaved and her robes plain, Eshun was lovely. Several monks secretly developed feelings for her. One wrote her a letter asking for a private meeting. Eshun did not reply. The next day, after the master finished his lecture, Eshun stood before the group. she addressed the monk who had written to her directly. "If you truly love me so much," she said, "come and embrace me now, here, in front of everyone." This story reveals the difference between genuine feeling and hidden desire. Eshon's response cuts through the secrecy and brings everything into the open. What cannot be shown in the light often comes from confusion rather than truth. The monk who wrote the letter wanted a private meeting, hidden from others. By asking him to embrace her publicly, Eshon exposes the nature of his feelings. Real love has no need to hide. Her challenge was not cruel but clarifying, showing the monk the difference between authentic connection and secret fantasy. An old woman in China had supported a monk for over 20 years. She built him a small hut and brought him food while he meditated. Finally, she wondered what progress he had made in all this time. To find out, she asked a young woman to help her. "Go and embrace him," she instructed. "Then ask him suddenly, 'What now?'" The young woman went to the monk and caressed him, asking what he would do. "An old tree grows on a cold rock in winter," the monk replied somewhat poetically. "Nowhere is there any warmth?" The young woman returned and told the old woman what happened. "To think I fed that fellow for 20 years?" the old woman said in frustration. He showed no consideration for her needs, no wisdom to explain her situation. He need not have responded with passion, but he should have shown some compassion. She went at once to the hut and burned it to the ground. This koan is subtle and often misunderstood. The monk displayed detachment from desire, but also detachment from genuine human connection and kindness. True realization includes compassion, not just coldness. Wisdom without warmth is incomplete. The old woman was not testing whether he would break his vows, but whether his practice had made him more human or less. He passed the test of not responding to seduction, but failed the test of basic kindness. A tree on a cold rock is lifeless, and so was his response. Real enlightenment brings us closer to others, not further away. On the last day of his life, Tanzan wrote 60 postcards and asked someone to mail them. Then he passed away. The cards all read the same message: "I am departing from this world. This is my last announcement. Tanzan, the 27th of July, 1892. This brief anecdote shows the simplicity and directness of one who has lived fully. Tanzan faced death without drama or elaborate preparation. Just as he lived with clarity, he announced his death with clarity. Nothing more needed to be said. There was no fear, no grasping, no need to make it special or significant. He simply informed those who might want to know, as one might announce a journey. Death was neither avoided nor made into something mysterious. It was just the next thing that would happen. In the early days of the Meiji era lived a wrestler named Onami, which means great waves. Onami was powerful and skilled. In private matches, he could even defeat his own teacher, but in public, he became timid and his students would throw him. Onami sought help from a Zen master. He found Hakuju staying at a nearby temple and explained his trouble. "Your name is Great Waves," said the teacher. "Tonight, stay here in the temple and imagine you are those waves. You are not a wrestler who is afraid. You are huge waves that sweep everything before them, swallowing all in their path. Do this, and you will become the greatest wrestler in the land." The teacher left, and Onami sat in meditation. He tried to imagine himself as waves. His mind wandered to many things, but gradually he felt more and more like the waves. As night deepened, the waves grew larger. They swept away the flowers in their vases. Even the Buddha statue was flooded. Before dawn, the temple had become nothing but the ebb and flow of an immense sea. In the morning, the teacher found Onami still meditating, a faint smile on his face. He touched the wrestler's shoulder. "Now nothing can disturb you," he said. "You are those waves. You will sweep everything before you." That same day, Onami entered the wrestling contests and won. After that, no one in Japan could defeat him. This story points to the power of embodying what we truly are rather than fighting against ourselves. Onami's fear came from seeing himself as small and separate. When he realized his true nature as vast and powerful, the fear dissolved. We become what we deeply know ourselves to be. His strength was always there, but his mind created an obstacle. By imagining himself as great waves, he stopped identifying with the small, frightened self. The meditation did not give him power, it removed what was blocking the power he already had. Sometimes we need to remember our own vastness. Master Nanin received a university professor who came to inquire about Zen during the Meiji era. Nanin served tea. He poured his visitor's cup full, then kept pouring. The professor watched the tea overflow until he could no longer stay quiet. "It is full. No more will go in." "Like this cup," said Nan, you are full of your own opinions and ideas. How can I show you Zen unless you first empty your cup?" This teaching is clear and direct. To receive new understanding, we must first let go of what we think we already know. A mind full of concepts has no room for direct experience. Emptiness is the beginning of true learning. The professor came seeking knowledge, but he was already full of his own ideas. Nanin could have given many lectures, but they would have just overflowed like the tea. Only when we approach something with openness, admitting we do not know, can real understanding enter. The empty cup receives, the full cup spills. Zen master Hoshin lived many years in China before returning to Japan to teach. When he grew very old, he told his disciples a story from China. One year, on the 25th of December, the ancient teacher Tokufu said to his students, "I will not be alive next year, so you should treat me well this year." The students thought he was joking, but each one took turns hosting him for meals during the remaining days of that year. On the last evening of the year, Tokufu said, "You have been good to me. I shall leave tomorrow afternoon when the snow stops." The disciples laughed, since the night was clear and there was no snow. But at midnight, snow began to fall. The next day they found their teacher had passed away in the meditation hall. After telling this story, Hoshin said to his disciples, "It is not necessary for a Zen master to predict his passing, but if he truly wishes to, he can." "Can you?" someone asked. "Yes," answered Hoshin. "I will show you in 7 days." Most of the disciples forgot about this conversation. 7 days later, Hoshin called them together. "7 days ago," he said, "I told you I was going to leave. It is customary to write a farewell poem, but I am neither poet nor calligrapher. Let one of you write down my last words." Though they thought he was joking, One student prepared to write. "Are you ready?" Hoshin asked. "Yes," the student replied. Then Hoshin dictated. "I came from brilliance and returned to brilliance." "What is this?" The poem was one line short of the traditional 4 lines. "Master, we are one line short," said the disciple. With the roar of a conquering lion, Hoshin shouted one word and was gone. This story shows complete mastery over life and death. Hoshin demonstrates that one who truly understands has freedom even in the moment of leaving. His final shout was the 4th line, breaking through the form entirely. In that cry, all questions dissolved. He came from brilliance and returned to brilliance, but what is this? The question itself is the answer. By leaving the poem incomplete and then departing with a shout, Hoshin showed that life and death are not bound by our expectations of how things should be. His death was not somber but alive with presence, even in the final moment. As Ninakawa lay dying, Master Ikkyu came to see him. "Would you like me to guide you?" Ikkyu asked. "I arrived in this world by myself, and I will depart by myself," Ninakawa replied. "How could you possibly help me?" "If you believe you truly arrive and depart, you are mistaken," Ikkyu said. "Let me point you toward the way where there is neither arriving nor departing." These words revealed the truth so clearly that Ninakawa smiled and died peacefully. This exchange at death's threshold points to the deepest teaching. Ikkyu offered guidance, testing Ninakawa's understanding. Ninakawa's response showed he grasped the fundamental solitude of existence. We are born alone and die alone. But Ikkyu pushed deeper, challenging even this view. If Ninakawa thought he actually arrived and departed, he remained trapped in dualistic thinking. The way beyond birth and death recognizes that our essential nature never arrives or departs. It exists before birth and persists after death, unchanged by these apparent transitions. What arrives and departs is merely the physical form and temporary identity, but awareness itself is timeless. When Ikkyu indicated this reality, Ninakawa smiled, showing complete recognition. His smile revealed that he departed with full understanding, seeing past the illusion of coming and going to what simply is. This is the ultimate peace at death, knowing that nothing essential is ever lost. A warrior called Nobushige visited Hakuin and asked, "Do heaven and hell truly exist?" "Tell me who you are," Hakuin said. "I am a samurai," answered the warrior. "You, a warrior?" Hakuin scoffed. "What lord would employ someone like you as a guard? You look more like a street beggar." Nobushige's anger flared and he reached for his sword, but Hakuin kept going. "Ah, you carry a sword?" "I doubt it is even sharp enough to remove my head." As Nobushige began drawing his blade, Hakuin declared, "Here, the gates of hell swing open. Open." Hearing this, the samurai understood what the master was showing him. He slid the sword back into its sheath and bowed deeply. "And here, the gates of paradise swing open," Hakuin said. This well-known teaching uses demonstration instead of explanation. Nobushige arrived with a philosophical question about whether heaven and hell exist. Rather than debate theology, Hakuin revealed the answer through direct experience. By deliberately provoking the proud warrior with insults, he triggered rage and violent intention. As Nobushige reached for his weapon in fury, Hakuin identified this state as hell, a mind overcome by destructive emotion. When the samurai suddenly grasped the lesson and mastered himself, bowing rather than attacking, Hakuin named this state paradise, a mind that is clear and controlled. Heaven and hell are not destinations after death, but conditions we generate continuously through our mental states. Rage creates hell, awareness creates paradise, and we shift between them from moment to moment. Hakuin gambled his life to deliver this teaching, trusting the warrior would awaken before the blade fell. The lesson was visceral and permanent, far more potent than any intellectual discussion. A merchant resting under a shelter where a large stone Buddha stood fell asleep with 50 rolls of cotton cloth beside him. When he awoke, his goods were gone. He reported the theft to the authorities. Judge Oka held a hearing to examine the case. "This stone Buddha must be the thief," the judge declared. "He is meant to protect people, yet he failed in his sacred responsibility. Bring him to court." Officers hauled the statue to the courthouse. A chattering crowd followed, eager to see what punishment the judge would deliver. When Oka took his seat, he scolded the spectators harshly. "How dare you enter this courtroom laughing and making noise? You show contempt for justice and deserve fines and jail." The crowd quickly apologized. "I will fine every one of you," the judge said, "but I will waive the penalty if each person brings 1 roll of cotton to this court within 3 days. Those who fail will be arrested." Among the rolls people brought, the merchant immediately identified one as his own, and the thief was thus exposed. The merchant got his goods back, and the other rolls were returned to those who brought them. This clever tale demonstrates wisdom disguised as foolishness. Judge Oka knew perfectly well that a stone statue stole nothing, but he used this absurd charge to catch the actual criminal. By prosecuting the Buddha, he created a bizarre spectacle that drew many onlookers. Somewhere in that crowd stood the real thief, unable to resist watching the strange proceedings. By fining everyone for contempt and demanding each person produce a roll of cotton, the judge forced the thief to bring stolen merchandise. When the merchant spotted his own cloth, the guilty party was revealed. What seemed like judicial madness was actually an elegant trap. The judge solved the crime without interrogations or torture, simply by creating circumstances that made the thief identify himself. The story celebrates intelligence that operates indirectly, reaching its goal through unexpected paths. Sometimes the most effective solutions approach problems from surprising angles rather than confronting them head-on. 59. Soldiers of humanity. During military training exercises, army officers established temporary headquarters in Gassan's temple. Gassan instructed his cook, "Serve the officers the same plain food we eat ourselves." This upset the military men, who expected respectful treatment. One officer confronted Gassan. "Do you know who we are?" "We are soldiers who risk our lives for this nation. Why do you refuse to honor us properly?" Gassan replied sternly, "Do you know who we are? We are soldiers of all humanity, working to liberate every living being." This brief confrontation reveals 2 distinct views of service and sacrifice. The military officers believed their willingness to die for their country entitled them to special privileges. From their viewpoint, national defense represented the highest calling. Gassan did not diminish their commitment, but situated it within a broader framework. Monks are also warriors, fighting not for a single nation but for all creatures. Their battlefield is human consciousness, striving to end suffering everywhere. This mission carries equal weight and danger to military duty. By naming himself a soldier of humanity, Ghassan claimed the same standing as the officers. He suggested that serving all beings deserves at least as much respect as serving one country. The teaching implies that genuine worth stems not from worldly authority or conventional status, but from the breadth and depth of one's compassion. Both soldiers and monks dedicate themselves to service, but the monk's work aims toward a freedom that crosses all borders. Zenkai, son of a samurai, went to Edo and entered service with a high-ranking official. He developed feelings for the official's wife, and they were caught. Defending himself, he killed the official. He escaped with the woman. They survived as thieves for a time. But her greed eventually disgusted him. Abandoning her, he traveled to distant Buzen province and became a wandering monk. To make amends for his violent past, Zenkai committed himself to performing one great beneficial act. He knew of a treacherous mountain road where many travelers had died or been injured. He decided to carve a tunnel through the mountain. By day he begged for food, by night he dug. After 30 years, the tunnel measured 2,280 feet long, 20 feet high, and 30 feet wide. 2 years before completion, the son of the man he had killed tracked him down. This son was an expert swordsman who came seeking vengeance. "Take my life gladly," Zenkai said. "Just allow me to finish this tunnel first. When it is done, you may kill me." The young swordsman agreed to wait. Months passed with Zenkai continuing his labor. Growing restless with waiting, the son began assisting with the digging. After helping for over a year, he developed deep respect for Zenkai's determination and character. Finally, the tunnel was complete and travelers could pass through safely. "Strike me down now," Zenkai said. "I have finished my task." "How can I kill my own teacher?" the young man asked through tears. This story illustrates how authentic repentance transforms not only the guilty, but everyone around them. Zenkai's youth was stained by desire, murder, and theft. Rather than merely expressing regret, he devoted his entire remaining life to creating lasting value for others. 3 decades of solitary tunneling through rock represents almost inconceivable dedication. When his victim's son arrived for revenge, Zenkai neither ran nor resisted. He acknowledged he deserved death, but requested only the chance to complete his service. This modest, sincere request was so compelling that the son consented to delay. By joining the work, the son began seeing Zenkai not as his father's killer, but as a person of remarkable resolve. A year of working together forged a bond deeper than the thirst for vengeance. When the tunnel opened, the son could no longer execute someone he had come to admire and call teacher. Zenkai had converted his shame into service, and through that service, changed his enemy into his disciple. Real atonement is not about suffering punishment, but about generating more benefit than the injury we caused. Banzan was walking through a marketplace when he overheard an exchange between a customer and a butcher. "Give me your best piece of meat," the customer said. "Everything in my shop is best," the butcher replied. "You cannot find any piece here that is not the best." Hearing these words, Banzan became enlightened. This anecdote captures a sudden awakening triggered by ordinary words. The butcher was not teaching philosophy, simply stating a fact about his shop. Perhaps he meant that he kept only quality meat, or perhaps he was refusing to judge one piece above another. Whatever he meant practically, Banzan heard something deeper. If everything is best, then there is no best and no worst, no better and no worse. The mind that constantly compares and ranks, seeking the superior and avoiding the inferior, creates its own suffering. When the butcher said everything is best, he pointed beyond discrimination to a reality where each thing is simply what it is, complete and whole. Banzan recognized in that moment that life itself, exactly as it is, lacks nothing. We create hierarchy and preference, but reality knows no such distinctions. Each moment, each thing, each person is the best, because there is no other standard against which to measure. A lord came to Koan, a Zen teacher, asking for advice. His days felt endlessly long as he sat in his office, receiving the formal respect of others. How might he pass the time? Koan wrote 8 characters in Chinese and gave them to him. Not twice this day. Inch time foot gem. Meaning, this day will not come again. Each minute is worth a priceless jewel. This teaching addresses the Lord's question by completely reversing his perspective. The Lord asked how to pass time as if time were a burden to be gotten through. Koan showed him that time is the most precious thing we have. Each moment that passes will never return. An inch of time is worth more than a foot of jade. When we wish time away, hoping for something different, we throw away jewels. The Lord felt his days were too long, but this was because he was not truly present in them. If he recognized the unrepeatable nature of each moment, his question would dissolve. The issue was not how to pass time, but how to stop wasting it through inattention. Even sitting still in formal reception could be experienced as precious if he brought full awareness to it. Koan gave him not a technique to make time pass faster, but a way to make each moment count. Mokusen Hiki lived at a temple in Tamba province. One of his students came to complain about his wife's stinginess. Mokusen went to visit the wife. Standing before her, he held up his closed fist in front of her face. "What do you mean by that?" she asked, surprised. "Suppose my hand were always like this," he said. "What would you call it?" "Deformed," the woman answered. Then Mokusen opened his hand completely flat before her face. "Suppose it were always like this instead," he asked. "What then?" "Another kind of deformity," she replied. "If you understand that much," said Mokusen, "you are a good wife." Then he left. After his visit, the wife helped her husband both save and share their wealth. This teaching uses the hand as a perfect metaphor for balance. A fist that never opens cannot receive or give. A hand that never closes cannot hold or keep anything. Both extremes are deformities, unnatural and limiting. The woman was being too tight-fisted, always closed, never giving. But Mokusen did not simply tell her to open her hand constantly, which would be equally unbalanced. A healthy hand opens and closes as needed, holding what should be held and releasing what should be released. The wife grasped this immediately, showing she had wisdom. After understanding, she naturally found the middle way, helping her husband both save and distribute their resources. True generosity is not about giving everything away foolishly, but knowing when to hold and when to let go. The teaching shows that virtue lies not in rigid rules, but in natural flexibility. Mokugen was never seen to smile throughout his life. When his final day came, he spoke to his disciples. "You have studied with me for more than 10 years," he said. "Show me now your true understanding of Zen. Whoever demonstrates most clearly will become my successor and receive my robe and bowl." Everyone looked at Mokugen's stern face, but no one spoke. Enko, who had been his student the longest, moved close to the bedside. He pushed the medicine cup forward a few inches. That was his answer. Mokugen's face grew even more severe. "Is that all you understand?" he asked. Encho reached out and pulled the cup back to where it had been. A radiant smile spread across Mokugen's face. "You rascal!" he said to Encho. "You have been with me 10 years and still have not seen my whole body. Take the robe and bowl. They belong to you." This koan is subtle and mysterious. Encho's first gesture of pushing the cup forward seemed incomplete to his master. Perhaps it showed only one half of reality, the movement outward, the doing. When Mokugen challenged him, Encho immediately pulled the cup back, showing the complementary movement, the undoing, the return. Together, the two gestures demonstrated the complete cycle of action and return, giving and taking back, going out and coming home. This brought Mokugen's first and only smile, because Enko showed he understood not just movement, but the entire circle of change. The master's remark that Enko had not yet seen his whole body might mean that only now, with the smile, did Enko see the complete Mokugen, both the severity and the joy. Or perhaps it was gentle teasing, pointing out that true understanding always includes what was previously hidden. The smile was Mokugen's final teaching, showing that even his famous sternness was not the whole truth. Zen students traditionally spend at least 10 years with their masters before teaching others. Tenno had completed this training and become a teacher himself. One rainy day, he went to visit his old master, Nanin. He wore wooden clogs and carried an umbrella. After they greeted each other, Nanin said, "I imagine you left your clogs in the entrance. Tell me, is your umbrella on the right or left side of them?" Tenno could not answer immediately. In that moment, he realized he was not carrying his Zen awareness into every moment. He asked to become Nanin's student again and trained for 6 more years to achieve every minute Zen. This story reveals the difference between understanding Zen and living it constantly. Tenno had studied for 10 years and earned the right to teach. But Nanin's simple question exposed a gap in his awareness. He had placed his umbrella somewhere moments before, yet he could not remember where. This showed his attention was not continuous. He was present sometimes, but absent other times, moving through certain actions mechanically. Nanin was not testing Tenno's memory, but his presence. Someone who lives in constant awareness knows where they place things because they were fully there when they did it. Tenno's honesty in recognizing this gap is admirable. Rather than making excuses or pretending he had achieved completion, he acknowledged he needed to go deeper. 6 more years of training brought him to every minute Zen, the practice of never leaving awareness behind, even in the smallest actions. This is the difference between part-time practice and a truly integrated life. As a young Zen student, Yamaoka Teshu traveled from one master to another seeking instruction. He came to visit Dokuon of Shokoku. Wanting to demonstrate his understanding, he said, "Mind, Buddha, and all sentient beings ultimately do not exist. The true nature of all phenomena is emptiness. There is no enlightenment, no delusion, no sage, no ordinary person. There is no giving and nothing to receive." Dokuon sat quietly smoking his bamboo pipe and said nothing. Suddenly he struck Yamaoka hard with the pipe. This made the young man quite angry. "If nothing exists," Dokuon asked, "where did this anger come from?" This koan cuts through intellectual understanding with immediate experience. Yamaoka recited perfect Buddhist philosophy about emptiness and non-existence. His words were textbook correct, quoting teachings about the ultimate nature of reality. But Dokuon saw that these were borrowed concepts, not lived realization. The pipe strike was sudden and painful, provoking an instantaneous, angry response. Yamaoka's anger revealed the gap between what he could say and what he actually understood. If he truly experienced emptiness, where did this solid, real anger arise from? The teaching points to the difference between philosophical knowledge and direct insight. We can memorize and repeat teachings about emptiness while still being completely caught by emotions, desires, and reactions. True understanding of emptiness does not eliminate experience but transforms our relationship to it. Dokuon's method was direct and undeniable. He created a situation where Yamaoka's actual state of mind could not hide behind pretty words. Perhaps this shock was necessary to show Yamaoka that he needed to go deeper than intellectual comprehension into genuine realization. Hyakujo, the Chinese Zen master, continued working alongside his students even at 80 years old, tending gardens, cleaning grounds, and pruning trees. His students felt sad watching their elderly teacher labor so hard, but they knew he would not listen if they asked him to rest. So they hid his tools. That day the master did not eat. The next day he did not eat. Nor the day after that. Perhaps he is upset that we hid his tools, the students thought. We should return them. The day they brought the tools back, the teacher worked and ate as before. That evening he taught them no work, no food. This story demonstrates a principle that became famous in Zen monasteries: those who do not work do not eat. Hyakujo's students meant well by hiding his tools, concerned about an 80-year-old man doing physical labor. But their teacher refused to become a burden or accept special treatment based on age. By not eating when he could not work, he made his position clear without lengthy explanation. The principle honors the dignity of contribution. Everyone who can work should work, and everyone who works deserves to eat. This is not harsh, but egalitarian. The teacher holds himself to the same standard as his students. From a Zen perspective, work is not separate from practice. Tending gardens and cleaning grounds are as much spiritual training as sitting in meditation. Physical labor keeps us grounded, connected to practical reality, and contributing to the community. Hyakujo's refusal to eat until he could work again shows that practice is not about comfort or privilege, but about full participation in life. The teaching suggests that being useful, remaining active, and contributing what we can offers more dignity than being protected and pampered. Long ago in China, there were two friends, one who played the harp with great skill and one who listened with equal skill. When the musician played or sang about a mountain, the listener would say, "I can see the mountain before us." When the musician played about water, the listener would exclaim, "Here is the running stream." But one day, the listener fell ill and died. The musician cut the strings of his harp and never played again. Since that time, cutting harp strings has been a sign of profound friendship. This brief tale speaks to the depth of true understanding between people. The musician played, and the listener heard not just notes but complete visions, mountains and streams coming alive through sound. This was not ordinary listening, but perfect comprehension, where one person's expression was completely received by another. When such a listener dies, the music becomes pointless. What use is playing if no one truly hears? The musician's decision to cut his strings and stop playing forever was not bitterness, but honoring an irreplaceable connection. He would not devalue their relationship by trying to find another listener or playing for lesser understanding. Perhaps the teaching is about the rarity of being genuinely understood. Most of us go through life expressing ourselves to partial listeners, people who hear words but miss the music. When we find someone who truly receives what we offer, who sees the mountains and streams we point to, this is precious beyond measure. The story also suggests that some forms of art or expression exist only in relationship. Without the right listener, the music cannot fully exist, even if the notes are played. The cutting of strings became a symbol because it represents the end of something that cannot be replaced or continued alone. Even as a boy, Ikkyu the Zen master was quite clever. His teacher owned a precious teacup, a rare antique. One day, Ikkyu accidentally broke this cup and was deeply troubled. Hearing his teacher's footsteps approaching, he hid the broken pieces behind his back. When the master entered, Ikkyu asked, "Why must people die?" "This is natural," his teacher explained. "Everything must die and has only so long to live." Ikkyu brought out the shattered cup and said, "It was time for your cup to die." This story reveals young Ikkyu's quick wit and his ability to use teachings to navigate difficult situations. He had broken something precious and knew he would face consequences. Rather than simply apologize or make excuses, he created a philosophical frame for the accident. His question about death was not random, but preparation for his revelation. When the teacher explained that everything must die in its time, Ikkyu immediately applied this to the broken cup. The logic is impeccable. If all things must die, then the cup's breaking was simply its time to die. Whether this satisfied the teacher or merely disarmed his anger, we are not told. The story is humorous, but also points to genuine understanding. Young Ikkyu grasped that impermanence applies to all things, not just living beings. Cups, like people, have a lifespan, and clinging to them or regretting their passing goes against the nature of reality. From a Zen perspective, this shows that teachings about impermanence are not abstract, but apply to every situation, even a boy's broken teacup. Perhaps the deeper lesson is that understanding the Dharma means being able to see it everywhere, even in our mistakes and accidents. Zen masters give private guidance to students in secluded rooms where no one else may enter. Mokurai, the Zen master at Kenin Temple in Kyoto, enjoyed speaking with merchants and newspaper people as much as with his students. A certain tub maker, who was barely literate, used to visit often. He would ask simple questions of Mokurai, share tea, and then leave. One day, while the tub maker was there, Mokurai needed to give private instruction to a student. He asked the tub maker to wait in another room. "I understand you are a living Buddha," the tub maker protested. "Even the stone Buddha statues in the temple never turn away the many people who come before them together. Why should I be excluded?" Mokurai had to conduct his private teaching outside instead. This anecdote reveals an unexpected teaching from an unlikely source. The tub maker was nearly illiterate and asked what others might call foolish questions. He would seem to be someone who received teaching, not someone who gave it. Yet when asked to leave so Mokurai could meet privately with a formal student, the tub maker raised a profound objection. If Mokurai was truly a living Buddha, should he not be like the stone Buddhas who are available to everyone simultaneously? Why create hierarchies and exclusions? The stone Buddhas in temples never say, "Go away, I am busy with someone more important." They remain present for all who come, whether one person or a crowd. Perhaps the tub maker's point was so sharp that Mokurai recognized his own attachment to conventional forms of teaching. Private instruction is traditional, but is it always necessary? By taking his student outside, rather than insisting the tub maker leave, Mokurai acknowledged the truth in the simple man's words. The story suggests that wisdom can come from anywhere, and that sometimes those who seem least educated can see most clearly. The tub maker's understanding that a living Buddha should be as available as a stone, one challenges our assumptions about teaching, status, and accessibility. Emperor Goyose studied Zen with Gudo. One day he asked, "In Zen we say this very mind is Buddha. Is this teaching correct?" Gudo replied, "If I answer yes, you will believe you understand when you do not. If I answer no, I contradict something many people grasp quite well." On another occasion, the emperor asked, "Where does an enlightened person go after death?" Gudo answered, "I do not know." "Why do you not know?" the emperor pressed. "Because I have not yet died," Gudo said. The emperor hesitated to ask more about matters his mind could not comprehend. So Gudo struck the floor with his hand as if to wake him. In that moment, the emperor awakened. After this realization, the emperor held even deeper respect for Zen and for old Gudo. He even allowed Gudo to wear his hat indoors during winter at the palace. When Gudo grew past 80, he would sometimes fall asleep while giving lectures. The emperor would quietly slip away to another room so his beloved teacher could rest as his aging body needed. This story shows teaching that refuses to give easy answers. When the emperor asked if mind is Buddha, Gudo could not simply confirm or deny it. Either answer would be misleading because the question itself came from intellectual understanding rather than direct experience. The second question about where the enlightened go after death received an equally puzzling response. Gudo's admission that he did not know was not ignorance, but honesty. How can anyone speak with certainty about what they have not experienced? Perhaps the teaching is that some questions cannot be answered with words, only with realization. When the emperor reached the limits of conceptual understanding, Gudo struck the floor, jolting him out of thinking mind into direct awareness. The emperor's enlightenment came not from receiving answers, but from the collapse of his need for answers. The affection shown afterward, the hat in winter, and the quiet departures during naps reveal a relationship transformed from formal student-teacher to genuine love and care. a great warrior named Nobunaga prepared to attack an enemy force 10 times larger than his own army. He felt certain of victory, but his soldiers were afraid. Along the way, they stopped at a Shinto shrine. Nobunaga told his men, "After I pray at the shrine, I will flip a coin. If it shows heads, we will win. If tails, we will lose. Our fate rests in destiny's hands." Nobunaga entered the shrine and prayed silently. He emerged and tossed the coin. Heads appeared. His soldiers became so confident that they fought with tremendous spirit and won easily. "No one can alter the hand of destiny," his attendant said after the battle. "Indeed not," Nobunaga agreed, revealing a coin that was doubled, showing heads on both sides. This anecdote reveals the power of belief over circumstance. Nobunaga's soldiers were paralyzed by fear when facing overwhelming odds. Their commander understood that changing their minds was more important than discussing strategy. By framing the coin toss as destiny speaking, he gave them a reason to believe in victory. Of course, the whole thing was theater, a trick using a double-headed coin. Yet the trick worked because the soldiers' belief transformed their fighting spirit. The story raises interesting questions about ends and means. Nobunaga manipulated his men, yet this manipulation saved their lives by giving them confidence. Was the deception justified by the outcome? Perhaps the teaching is that sometimes leadership requires creating the conditions for success, even if those conditions are partly illusion. Or perhaps it suggests that what we call destiny or fate is often just human will cleverly disguised. Either way, the soldiers won not because destiny favored them, but because they believed it did. Gasan spoke to his students one day about different forms of destruction. "Those who oppose killing and wish to protect all conscious beings are correct," he said. "It is good to preserve even insects and animals. But what about people who kill time? What about those who destroy wealth or those who ruin political order? We should not ignore them. And what about someone who teaches without enlightenment? That person is killing Buddhism itself." This teaching expands the concept of harm beyond physical violence. Gasan began by affirming the Buddhist precept against killing, the protection of all life. Then he pointed to subtler forms of destruction that receive less attention. Wasting time kills possibility and potential. Squandering resources harms everyone who might have benefited from them. Corrupting governance destroys social order and trust. His final point is perhaps the sharpest. Teaching without true understanding kills the very thing being taught. When someone who has not realized the Dharma tries to transmit it, they spread not wisdom, but confusion dressed as wisdom. This may be the most dangerous killing of all, because it masquerades as benefit. False teaching inoculates people against true teaching, satisfying their spiritual hunger with empty words. The story suggests we should examine not just our obvious harmful actions, but the hidden ways we destroy value, time, order, and truth. Perhaps Gasan was warning his own students to practice deeply before presuming to teach others. Gasan was invited to conduct the funeral ceremony for a provincial lord. He had never been in the presence of nobility before and felt anxious. As the ceremony began, Gasan sweated profusely. Afterward, returning home, he called his students together. Kosan admitted he was not yet qualified to teach because he lacked the same inner calm among the famous that he had in his secluded temple. He resigned his position and became the student of another master. 8 years later, he returned to his former students fully enlightened. This brief story demonstrates remarkable honesty and humility. Many teachers would have hidden their nervousness or made excuses for sweating during the ceremony. Kosan instead recognized it as a sign of incomplete realization. True understanding should remain steady whether in a quiet temple or before powerful lords. If his composure depended on external circumstances, his attainment was conditional and therefore incomplete. Rather than continue teaching in this state, he had the courage to step down and return to being a student. This must have been difficult, admitting inadequacy after having been recognized as a teacher. 8 more years of practice brought him to genuine stability, equanimity that did not waver based on who was watching. The teaching suggests that real mastery is tested not in ideal conditions but in challenging circumstances. If our peace exists only in peaceful settings, it is not true peace. Kosan's willingness to start over rather than fake completion shows the integrity required for authentic spiritual development. A young woman lay dying and spoke to her husband. "I love you so deeply," she said, "that I cannot bear to leave you. Promise you will not go to another woman. If you do, I will come back as a ghost and make your life miserable." Soon after, she died. The husband honored her wish for 3 months, but then he met someone else and fell in love. They became engaged. Immediately, a ghost began appearing each night, accusing him of breaking his promise. The ghost demonstrated uncanny knowledge, describing exactly what passed between the man and his new love. When he gave his fiancée a gift, the ghost recounted every detail. She even repeated their private conversations word for word. This tormented the man so badly he could not sleep. Someone suggested he visit a Zen master who lived nearby. In desperation, he went for help. "Your former wife became a ghost and knows everything you do," the master observed. "Whatever you say or give your beloved, she knows. She must be remarkably wise for a ghost. You should really admire such knowledge. Next time she appears, make an agreement with her. Tell her that since she knows so much and you can hide nothing, if she answers one question, you will break your engagement and stay unmarried." "What question should I ask?" the man said. The master replied, "Take a large handful of soybeans and ask her to tell you exactly how many beans you hold. If she cannot answer, you will know she is only a creation of your imagination, and she will trouble you no more." That night, when the ghost appeared, the man flattered her intelligence. "Indeed, I know everything," the ghost replied, "and I know you visited that Zen master today." "Since you know so much," the man demanded, "tell me how many beans I hold in my hand." The ghost vanished and never returned. This story is both psychologically astute and mysteriously effective. The ghost seemed to possess impossible knowledge, knowing private moments and conversations she could not have witnessed. Yet, the Zen master immediately understood something the haunted man could not see. Perhaps the ghost was not external, but internal, a projection of the man's own guilt and knowledge. He knew what he said and gave because he was there, and his guilt conjured a ghost to punish him. The ghost could tell him everything he already knew, but nothing he did not know. The master's test was brilliant because it required information the man himself did not possess. Without that information in his own mind, the guilt ghost had nothing to draw from. When confronted with the unanswerable question, the haunting dissolved because it was always self-created. The teaching suggests that many of our torments are generated by our own minds, fed by guilt, fear, or unresolved feelings. What appears to come from outside actually arises from within. By recognizing this, we can free ourselves from ghosts of our own making. Getten, a Zen master who lived during the later Tokugawa period, used to say there are 3 types of disciples. Some impart Zen to others, he would explain. Some maintain the temples and shrines. And then there are the rice bags and clothes hangers. Gasan expressed a similar idea. When he trained under Tekisui, his teacher was extremely strict. Sometimes he even struck him. Other students could not bear this harsh treatment and left. Gasan stayed, saying, "A weak disciple uses a teacher's reputation. A decent disciple appreciates a teacher's kindness. A strong disciple grows through a teacher's discipline." This teaching divides students into categories based on what they bring to practice. The first 2 types contribute something valuable, either teaching others or maintaining the physical spaces of practice. But the third type, rice bags and clothes hangers, are merely passive recipients. They consume resources and take up space without giving anything back or growing themselves. Gasan's edition refines this understanding further. The poorest students use their teacher's fame for their own benefit without real learning. Better students appreciate kindness, but may depend too much on being treated gently. The strongest students welcome harsh discipline because they understand it forges real strength. From a Zen perspective, this reflects the teaching that genuine growth often requires discomfort. We cannot develop resilience, depth, or true understanding if we only accept pleasant experiences. Gasan's willingness to endure strikes while others quit showed his commitment to transformation over comfort. The teaching challenges students to examine which type they are, those who contribute and grow, or those who simply take up space. A respected Japanese poet was asked to explain how to compose a Chinese poem. The typical Chinese poem has 4 lines, he said. The first line presents the opening phrase. The second line continues that phrase. The third line shifts away from this subject and introduces something new. The fourth line brings all 3 previous lines together. A well-known Japanese song demonstrates this structure. 2 daughters of a silk merchant live in Kyoto. The elder is 20, the younger, 18. A soldier may kill with his sword, but these girls slay men with their eyes. This brief teaching about poetic structure offers a glimpse into how Eastern poetry achieves its effects. The first 2 lines establish a scene or image, building it carefully. The third line appears to change direction entirely, introducing what seems unrelated. Then the final line reveals the connection, showing how the separate elements illuminate each other. The example poem follows this pattern precisely. It begins by introducing 2 young women, giving their ages and location. Then it shifts abruptly to soldiers and swords. The final line connects them through metaphor. The girl's beauty is as deadly as a blade. This structure creates surprise and delight. The mind works to bridge the apparent gap between the third and first lines. Perhaps this relates to Zen teaching methods, which often juxtapose seemingly unrelated things to provoke insight. The mind-seeking connection between disparate elements can suddenly grasp something beyond logical explanation. Poetry and koans both rely on this leap, the moment when separate things reveal their hidden unity. Zen teachers train their young students to express themselves clearly. 2 temples each had a child prodigy. Each morning when one child went to get vegetables, he would encounter the other along the path. "Where are you going?" one would ask. "I am going wherever my feet take me," the other would answer. This response confused the first child, who asked his teacher for help. "Tomorrow morning," his teacher instructed, "ask him the same question. When he gives the same answer, say to him, 'Suppose you have no feet, then where are you going?' That will defeat him." The children met again the next morning. "Where are you going?" the first child asked. "I am going wherever the wind carries me," the other replied. This stumped the first child again, who reported his defeat to his teacher. "Ask him where he would go if there were no wind," the teacher suggested. On the 3rd day, the children met once more. "Where are you going?" the first child asked. "I am going to the market to buy vegetables," the other replied. This playful story reveals the limitations of prepared responses and clever strategies. The first child's teacher kept giving him weapons for the next encounter, responses designed to trap his opponent. But the second child was not following a script. He responded freshly each time. When asked about feet, he shifted to wind. When the trap was set for wind, he abandoned poetic answers entirely and gave a simple, practical response. This demonstrates an important Zen principle. Genuine understanding is spontaneous, not mechanical. The first child was trying to win through technique, using borrowed wisdom from his teacher. The second child was simply responding naturally to each situation as it arose. By the 3rd encounter, he saw through the game entirely and answered with direct simplicity. Perhaps the teaching is that real Zen dialogue cannot be won through clever preparation. It requires being fully present, responding from what is actually happening rather than from what we have rehearsed. The second child's final answer was perfect because it abandoned the philosophical contest and returned to ordinary reality. He was simply going to buy vegetables. Tangen had studied with Sengai since he was a child. When he reached 20, he wanted to leave and visit other teachers for comparison, but Sengai refused permission. Every time Tangen raised the subject, Sengai would strike him on the head. Finally, Tangen asked a senior student to request permission on his behalf. This older student spoke to Sengai and then told Tangen, "It is settled. I have arranged for you to begin your pilgrimage immediately." Tangen went to Sengai to thank him for allowing him to go. The master responded by striking him on the head again. When Tangen mentioned this to his senior brother, the older student said, "What is this?" Sengai has no right to give permission and then change his mind. "I will speak to him about it." He went to confront the teacher. "I did not withdraw my permission," Sengai explained. "I simply wanted to give him one final blow to the head. When he returns, he will be enlightened, and I will not be able to scold him anymore." This story shows a teacher's mixed feelings about a student's departure and maturation. Sengai had raised Tangen from childhood, guiding him with a firm hand, literally striking him whenever he suggested leaving. When he finally granted permission, he could not resist one last correction. His explanation reveals deep affection beneath the rough treatment. He knew that Tangen would return transformed, beyond the reach of a teacher's discipline. Enlightenment changes the relationship between teacher and student. They become more like equals. Sengai's final strike was not anger, but a kind of goodbye, a last exercise of authority before Tangen moved beyond it. perhaps there is sadness in this, the recognition that successful teaching means the student eventually no longer needs correction. From a Zen perspective, this also reflects the understanding that enlightenment does not mean perfection in conventional terms. It means seeing clearly, which includes seeing when teachings and corrections no longer apply. The teacher who has brought a student to this point must let go, even if it means losing the ability to guide them further. Sengai's final rap was both gift and farewell, a last moment of the old relationship before the new one began. Matajuro Yagyu was the son of a renowned swordsman. His father, believing his son's ability was too mediocre to achieve mastery, disowned him. Matajuro traveled to Mount Futara and found the famous swordsman Banzo. But Banzo agreed with his father's assessment. "You wish to learn swordsmanship from me?" Banzo asked. "You cannot meet the requirements." "But if I work diligently, how many years will it take to become a master?" the young man persisted. "The rest of your life," Banzo replied. "I cannot wait that long," Matajuro said. "I am willing to endure any hardship if you will teach me. If I become your devoted servant, how long might it take?" "Oh, perhaps 10 years," Banzo conceded. "My father is growing old and soon I must care for him," Matajuro continued. "If I work much more intensely, how long would it take?" "Oh, perhaps 30 years, said Banzo. "Why is that?" asked Matajuro. "First you say 10 and now 30 years. I will undergo any hardship to master this art in the shortest time." "Well," said Banzo, "in that case you will need to stay with me for 70 years. A person in such a hurry to see results seldom learns quickly." "Very well," the young man said, understanding at last that he was being corrected for his impatience. "I agree." Matajuro was instructed never to speak of swordsmanship and never to touch a sword. He cooked for his master, washed dishes, made his bed, cleaned the yard, tended the garden, all without a word about the art. 3 years passed this way. Still, Matajuro worked on. Thinking of his future, he felt discouraged. He had not even begun learning the art he had devoted his life to. But one day Banzo crept up behind him and struck him hard with a wooden sword. The next day, while Matajuro was cooking rice, Banzo sprang upon him again without warning. After that, day and night, Matajuro had to defend himself from sudden attacks. Not a moment passed when he did not have to stay aware of Banzo's wooden blade. He learned so rapidly that his master began to smile. Matajuro became the greatest swordsman in the land. This story reveals how true mastery develops through constant awareness rather than technical practice. Matajuro arrived with impatience, wanting quick results and measurable progress. Banzo deliberately increased the time estimate with each request for speed, teaching that urgency itself is the obstacle. For 3 years, Matajuro did menial work without touching a sword, learning nothing obvious about swordsmanship. This must have been frustrating and confusing. Then Banzo began his real teaching, random attacks that could come at any moment. Matajuro had to develop complete, continuous awareness. While cooking, cleaning, sleeping, he had to remain alert for the taste of Banzo's sword. This unrelenting vigilance trained him far more effectively than formal practice could have. His body learned to respond instantly, without thinking, because thinking was too slow. From a Zen perspective, this method cultivates the kind of awareness that extends to all of life, not just swordsmanship. When we are completely present in every moment, not distracted by thoughts of past or future, we respond perfectly to whatever arises. Matajuro's greatness came not from technique drills, but from learning to be totally awake. The story suggests that mastery in any field requires this quality of attention, and that it cannot be rushed or achieved through conventional training alone. Students of the Tendai school practiced meditation before Zen came to Japan. 4 close friends among them made a pact to observe 7 days of complete silence. The first day passed quietly for all of them. Their meditation began well, but as night fell and the oil lamps grew dim, one student could not stop himself from calling to a servant, "Fix those lamps." The second student was shocked to hear the first one speak. "We are not supposed to say anything," he remarked. "You two are foolish," said the third. "Why did you talk?" "I am the only one who has not spoken," concluded the fourth student. This humorous tale illustrates how difficult it is to maintain practice when we become self-conscious about it. The first student broke silence out of simple habit and concern for the lamps. The second broke it by pointing out the first one's failure, thinking himself helpful. The third broke it by criticizing both of them, believing himself superior. The fourth broke it by congratulating himself on his success, which of course ended his success immediately. Each student thought they had a good reason to speak, but this is precisely the problem. The mind always provides justifications for breaking our commitments. From a Zen perspective, this also points to the trap of spiritual pride. The moment we notice we are doing well at practice, we have fallen into self-observation, which separates us from the practice itself. True silence is not maintained by watching ourselves stay silent. It happens when we forget about silence altogether and simply are silent. The fourth student's declaration of victory was his defeat, because genuine attainment never announces itself. 2 Zen teachers, Daigu and Gudo, received an invitation to visit a lord. When they arrived, Gudo said to their host, "You are naturally wise and have an innate capacity to learn Zen." "Nonsense," Daigu interrupted. "Why are you flattering this blockhead? He may be a lord, but he knows nothing about Zen." Instead of building a temple for Gudo, the Lord built one for Daigu and studied with him. This brief story reveals the value of honesty over flattery. Gudo tried to win the Lord's favor through compliments about his natural wisdom and ability. This is a common approach when dealing with powerful people. Tell them what they want to hear. Daigu took the opposite path, bluntly calling the Lord a blockhead to his face. This was risky, as insulting nobility could have serious consequences. Yet the Lord recognized something important in Daigu's rudeness. Someone who flatters is trying to get something, revealing their own need and weakness. Someone who speaks harsh truth without concern for consequences shows integrity and fearlessness. The Lord understood that genuine teaching requires honesty, not politeness. A teacher who will not flatter you is a teacher who will not mislead you. From a Zen standpoint, this also reflects the tradition of masters using harsh methods to break through students' delusions. Spiritual growth requires someone willing to tell us uncomfortable truths, not someone who reinforces our self-image. Zen students traditionally take a vow that even if their teacher kills them, they will continue learning. Usually they cut a finger and seal this promise with blood. Over time, this vow became merely ceremonial, which is why the student who died at Ekido's hand was later seen as a martyr. Ekido had become a strict teacher. His students feared him. One day, a student on duty was striking the gong to mark the time. He missed several beats because his attention was caught by a beautiful woman passing the temple gate. At that moment, Ekido, who stood directly behind him, struck him with a staff. The blow happened to kill him. The student's guardian heard about the accident and came immediately to Ekido. Understanding that the master was not to blame, he praised Ekido for his severe teaching. Ekido's manner remained exactly as it had been when the student was alive. After this incident, he was able to guide more than 10 students to enlightenment, a very unusual number. This disturbing story presents challenges to modern sensibility. A teacher struck a student who died from the blow, yet this was treated not as tragedy, but as acceptable strictness. The student's own guardian praised the teaching method that killed his ward. Perhaps in the context of that time and culture, the accidental death was understood differently than we understand it now. The student had made a vow accepting even death in pursuit of learning, and in some sense that vow was fulfilled. What seems most significant is Ekido's response. He remained unchanged, showing no guilt or alteration in his teaching. This might indicate complete acceptance of what had happened without clinging to regret or defensiveness. The fact that he subsequently guided 10 students to enlightenment suggests his teaching was effective, though his methods were severe. Perhaps the story is less about endorsing violence and more about the unwavering commitment required in both teacher and student. Still, this is one of the more troubling tales, and we might question whether such severity is ever justified, regardless of the traditional context. Ryokan spent his life studying Zen. One day he learned that his nephew was wasting money on a courtesan, ignoring family warnings. The nephew had assumed Ryokan's role managing the family estate, and the property was at risk of being squandered. Relatives asked Ryokan to intervene. Ryokan traveled a great distance to visit the nephew he had not seen in many years. The nephew appeared happy to see his uncle and invited him to stay the night. All night, Ryokan sat in meditation. As he prepared to leave in the morning, he spoke to the young man. "I must be growing old. My hands shake so. Would you help me tie the cord of my straw sandal?" The nephew helped him gladly. "Thank you," Ryokan said. "You see, a person grows older and weaker with each passing day. Take good care of yourself." Then Ryokan departed, never mentioning the courtesan or the relatives' concerns. But from that morning forward, the nephew's wasteful behavior ended. This gentle story demonstrates teaching through example rather than lecture. The relatives expected Ryokan to scold his nephew, perhaps threaten him or argue about responsibility. Instead, Ryokan said nothing about the problem at all. He simply sat in meditation through the night, showing by his presence what a life of practice looks like. In the morning, his only words were about aging and the need for self-care. By asking for help with his sandal, he showed vulnerability and humanity. His simple statement about growing older reminded the nephew of mortality and the passage of time. This indirect approach succeeded where direct criticism had failed. Perhaps the nephew saw in his uncle's dignity something he wanted for himself, or perhaps the reminder of aging made him reconsider how he was spending his limited days. From a Zen perspective, this reflects the principle that embodying wisdom is more powerful than preaching it. Ryokan did not try to fix his nephew, but simply showed him a different way of being. True reformation happens from within, sparked not by shame but by inspiration. A Zen student approached Bankei with a complaint. "Master, I have terrible temper that I cannot control. How can I cure it?" "You possess something very strange," Bankei replied. "Show me what you have." "I cannot show it to you right now," the student said. "When can you show it to me?" Bankei asked. "It appears unexpectedly," the student replied. "Then," Bankei concluded, "it cannot be your true nature. If it were, you could show it to me whenever you wished. When you were born, you did not have it, and your parents did not give it to you. Think about that." This teaching dismantles the student's identification with his temper through simple logic. The student came believing his temper was a permanent part of himself, something he possessed that needed to be cured. Bankei asked to see this thing, treating it as an object that could be displayed. When the student admitted he could not produce it on demand, Bankei revealed the key insight. Our true nature is always present and available, not something that comes and goes unpredictably. Temper arises under certain conditions and disappears under others, which means it is not fundamental to who we are. Bankei's observation that the student was born without it and did not receive it from parents points to its constructed nature. Somewhere along the way, the student learned to respond with anger, and this learned pattern became habitual. But what is learned can be unlearned, and what appears occasionally is not our essential self. The teaching does not provide a technique for managing anger, but something deeper, a recognition that we are not our anger. When we stop identifying with our temper, it loses its power over us. This is characteristic of Zen, dissolving problems by questioning the assumptions that create them. Hogan, a Chinese Zen teacher, lived by himself in a small country temple. One day, 4 traveling monks arrived and asked if they could build a fire in his yard to warm themselves. As they made the fire, Hogan overheard them arguing about subjectivity and objectivity. He came over and joined them. "There is a large stone over there," he said. "Do you think it exists inside your mind or outside your mind?" One monk answered, "From the Buddhist viewpoint, everything is a projection of mind, so I would say the stone exists inside my mind." "Your head must feel quite heavy," Hogan observed, "if you are carrying around a stone like that inside your mind." This koan plays with philosophical ideas about mind and matter. The monks were engaged in abstract debate about whether the world is subjective or objective. One monk confidently declared that everything, including the stone, exists within mind. This sounds philosophically sophisticated, drawing on Buddhist teachings about mind being the source of all phenomena. But Hogan's response deflates this abstraction immediately. If you truly have a stone inside your head would be heavy. The humor points to the absurdity of taking metaphysical statements too literally. The stone is neither purely inside nor purely outside mind. Such categories break down when we examine them closely. Perhaps the teaching is that intellectual understanding of non-duality can become just another dualistic position. Saying everything is mind is still a concept, still a way of grasping at reality through ideas. True understanding does not require choosing between inside and outside, subjective and objective. The stone simply is, and our relationship to it is direct and immediate, not mediated by philosophical positions. Zengetsu, a Chinese master of the Tang dynasty, wrote the following guidance for his students. Living in the world, yet not forming attachments to the dust of the world, is the way of a true Zen student. When witnessing the good action of another, encourage yourself to follow his example. Hearing of the mistaken action of another, advise yourself not to emulate it. Even though alone in a dark room, be as if you were facing a noble guest. Express your feelings, but become no more expressive than your true nature. Poverty is your treasure. Never exchange it for an easy life. A person may appear a fool and yet not be one. He may only be guarding his wisdom carefully. Virtues are the fruit of self-discipline and do not drop from heaven of themselves as does rain or snow. Modesty is the foundation of all virtues. Let your neighbors discover you before you make yourself known to them. A noble heart never forces itself forward. Its words are as rare gems, seldom displayed and of great value. To a sincere student, every day is a fortunate day. Time passes, but he never lags behind. Neither glory nor shame can move him. Censure yourself, never another. Do not discuss right and wrong. Some things, though right, were considered wrong for generations. Since the value of righteousness may be recognized after centuries, there is no need to crave an immediate appreciation. Live with cause and leave results to the great law of the universe. Pass each day in peaceful contemplation. This written teaching offers practical guidance for living with Zen awareness in the everyday world. Zengetsu began with the fundamental principle: be in the world but not attached to it, not covered by its dust. His advice covers both internal cultivation and external conduct. Learn from others' good examples, avoid their mistakes, but always turn the lesson inward rather than judging them. Maintain integrity even in solitude, as if someone noble were watching, yet express only what is genuinely yours. The instruction to treasure poverty rather than seek comfort challenges common values. Perhaps this means spiritual poverty, being empty of pretension and possession. The warning that someone appearing foolish may be wise suggests that deep understanding often hides itself. Zengetsu emphasized that virtue comes through practice, not grace, and that modesty should precede recognition. His counsel to criticize only yourself, not others, and to avoid arguing about right and wrong points toward a practice of self-examination rather than external judgment. The final teaching releases us from attachment to immediate results, trusting instead in the larger pattern of cause and effect. These guidelines paint a picture of someone who lives with quiet dignity, works on themselves continuously, and remains unmoved by either praise or blame. A wealthy man requested that Sengai write something to ensure the continued prosperity of his family, something that could be treasured across generations. Sengai took a large sheet of paper and wrote, "Father dies, son dies, grandson dies." The wealthy man became furious. "I asked you to write something for my family's happiness," he said. "Why do you make such a cruel joke?" "This is no joke," Sengai explained. "If your son dies before you, this would cause you terrible grief. If your grandson dies before your son, both of you would be devastated. If your family passes away generation after generation in the order I have written, it follows the natural course of life. This is what I call true prosperity." This story redefines prosperity in a way that confronts our deepest fears. The wealthy man wanted a blessing for success, wealth, and continuation of his lineage. Sengai gave him what looked like a curse, a sequence of deaths. Yet, his explanation reveals profound wisdom about the nature of blessing. Real prosperity is not avoiding death, but having death come in its proper order. Parents are not meant to bury their children, and children should not bury their own children. When each generation lives fully and dies in sequence, this is the most fortunate pattern possible. Sengai shifted the man's attention from material prosperity to something deeper, the natural flow of life where young outlive old. This is the best any family can hope for, not immortality or endless success, but completion in its proper time. The teaching acknowledges that death is inevitable for everyone, and the only question is whether it comes in or out of order. From a Zen perspective, this reflects acceptance of impermanence and the wisdom of aligning with natural patterns rather than fighting them. True fortune lies not in escaping life's fundamental truths, but in meeting them with grace. A woman named Kame in Nagasaki was among the rare creators of incense burners in Japan. These burners are works of art, meant for tea rooms or family shrines. Kame's father had been such an artist before her, and she learned the craft from him. She enjoyed drinking sake and smoking. She spent most of her time in the company of men. Whenever she earned a bit of money, she threw a party, inviting artists, poets, carpenters, laborers, people from all walks of life. Through these gatherings, she developed her designs. Kame worked extremely slowly, but when she finished a piece, it was always a masterpiece. Her incense burners were treasured in homes where the women never drank, smoked, or mixed freely with men. The mayor of Nagasaki once asked Kame to design an incense burner for him. She delayed for nearly 6 months. By then, the mayor had been promoted to a position in a distant city. He visited her and pressed her to begin work on his burner. Finally receiving inspiration, Kame created the incense burner. When it was complete, she placed it on a table. She gazed at it for a long time. She smoked and drank in front of it as if it were her companion. All day she studied it. At last, picking up a hammer, Kame smashed it to pieces. She could see it was not the perfect creation her mind demanded. This story celebrates the uncompromising pursuit of perfection and the courage to destroy what falls short. Kame lived outside conventional boundaries for women of her time, drinking, smoking, and socializing freely with men. Yet her unconventional life fed her art, gathering inspiration from diverse people and experiences. The irony that her work was treasured by proper households shows how society accepts art while rejecting the artist's way of life. Kame's extreme slowness was not laziness, but the time required for genuine inspiration to ripen. She could not be rushed, even by a mayor, because real creation follows its own schedule. The final act of destruction is most striking. After months of waiting and a full day examining the finished piece, she smashed it rather than accept work that was merely good. This shows extraordinary integrity, refusing to compromise her standards for fame or payment. From a Zen perspective, this reflects non-attachment even to one's own creations. She could destroy months of work because she was not attached to the result, only to the truth of whether it met her inner vision. Perhaps this perfectionism is what made her masterpieces truly masterful. Each one passed the test of her unforgiving eye. While Bankei was teaching at Ryamon Temple, a Shinshu priest who believed in salvation through repeating the name of the Buddha of love grew jealous of Bankei's large following. He wanted to challenge Bankei in debate. Bankei was in the middle of a talk when the priest arrived and made such a disturbance that Bankei stopped speaking and asked what the commotion was about. The founder of our sect, the priest boasted, had such miraculous powers that he held a brush in his hand on one side of a river while his attendant held paper on the opposite side, and the teacher wrote the holy name of Amida through the air. "Can you perform such a wonderful feat?" Bankei replied calmly, "Perhaps your fox can do that trick, but such things are not the way of Zen. My miracle is that when I feel hungry, I eat, and when I feel thirsty, I drink." This anecdote contrasts two entirely different understandings of what is miraculous. The Shinshu priest tried to impress Bankei and his audience with stories of supernatural powers, writing through air across a river. Such displays would certainly seem miraculous by ordinary standards. Bankei's response calls this fox magic, perhaps suggesting it is illusion or trickery, or at best a sideshow irrelevant to genuine awakening. Then he offered his own definition of miracle, eating when hungry and drinking when thirsty. This sounds absurdly simple, almost mocking. But from a Zen perspective, being completely present to basic activities, doing exactly what the moment requires without complication or resistance, is the deepest teaching. Most people do not truly eat when they eat. Their minds wander to past and future, worries and plans. Most people do not simply drink when thirsty. They think about drinking, anticipate it, or wish for something else. To be fully present in each ordinary action, responding naturally to genuine need, is extraordinarily rare. This is Bankei's miracle, not supernatural power, but complete naturalness, which is far more difficult than writing through air. The teaching suggests that seeking magical abilities misses the point entirely. Real awakening is found in simple, direct living. Suiwo had learned from Hakuin and became a skilled teacher himself. One summer during the meditation season, a monk traveled north from a southern island to study with him. Suiwo presented him with the koan, "Hear the sound of one hand." 3 years passed, yet the monk could not break through. One evening, he came to Suiwo weeping. "I must go back south in failure," he said. "I have not been able to solve what you gave me." "Stay 1 more week and sit continuously," Suiwo told him. The week ended with no result. "Try another week," said Suiwo. The monk did as instructed, but again nothing came. "1 more week," said his teacher. Still, the monk remained in darkness. In desperation, he asked to leave, but Suiwo told him to meditate 5 more days. These 2 passed without breakthrough. Finally, Suiwo said, "Sit for 3 more days, and if understanding does not come, it would be better to take your own life." On the 2nd of those days, the monk awakened. This koan is severe and mysterious in its method. For 3 years, the monk worked earnestly without breakthrough. Then, Suiwo began decreasing the time allowed, creating increasing pressure. Finally, faced with the ultimate deadline and the prospect of death, something broke through. Perhaps the command to kill himself was not meant literally, but as a way to make the student face his deepest fear. When we truly have nothing left to lose, the mind that has been trying so hard sometimes gives up its trying. In that surrender, what was always present can finally be seen. The story suggests that sometimes intensity and even desperation can serve awakening, though this is a dangerous teaching that could be misunderstood. What seems important is that after 3 years of steady effort, the final pressure pushed the student beyond his habitual way of seeking. Enlightenment came not from more time, but from a kind of inner crisis that dissolved the seeker himself. The tradition at Zen temples allowed any traveling monk to stay if he could win a debate about Buddhist teaching with those living there. If he lost, he had to continue on his way. At a temple in the north, 2 brothers lived and practiced together. The older brother had studied extensively, while the younger was simple-minded and had lost one eye. A traveler arrived one day and formally challenged them to a debate. The older brother felt exhausted from his studies and asked the younger to go in his place. "Conduct the debate without words," he instructed. The younger monk and the visitor went to sit facing each other at the shrine. A short while later, the traveler stood and returned to the older brother. "Your younger brother is remarkable," he said. "He has bested me." "Tell me what happened," the older brother requested. "Well," the traveler began, "I raised one finger to signify Buddha, the awakened one. He raised 2 fingers, showing Buddha and the Dharma. I raised 3 fingers for Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha living in harmony. Then he showed me his closed fist, demonstrating that all 3 arise from one source. He won completely, so I cannot stay." The traveler departed. "Where is he?" demanded the younger brother, bursting in. "I hear you won," said his brother. "Won nothing," replied the younger monk. "I am going to hit him." "What was your debate about?" the older brother asked. "The moment he saw me, he raised one finger to mock me for having one eye. I tried to be courteous, so I held up 2 fingers to show I was glad he has both eyes. Then the rude fellow held up 3 fingers, pointing out, 'We have only 3 eyes between us.' I made a fist to punch him, but he ran off." This humorous tale reveals how we project meaning onto empty gestures. The wandering monk saw profound philosophy in the exchange, while the one-eyed monk saw only insults about his disability. Neither interpretation was inherently in the gestures themselves. We bring our own concerns and frameworks to every interaction, seeing what we expect to see. The learned monk would likely have engaged in actual philosophical debate, but the simple monk had no such framework. He could only understand the fingers in terms of his own self-consciousness about his eye. The story gently mocks both the pretension of philosophical debate and the sensitivity of wounded pride. It suggests that elaborate religious discussions may be as arbitrary as any other interpretation. What we call deep meaning and what we call foolish misunderstanding might not be so different after all. Both monks left satisfied they had understood, yet they understood completely different things. After Master Bankei died, a man who lived nearby and had been blind since birth shared something with a friend. "Because I cannot see faces, I have learned to know people through their voices. Usually when I hear someone offer congratulations for another's good fortune, I detect a hidden note of jealousy underneath. When people express sympathy for someone's troubles, I often hear quiet satisfaction, as if they are pleased their own situation is better. But in all the years I listened to Bankei, his voice never contained these hidden currents. When he rejoiced with someone, I heard only pure joy. When he expressed sadness, there was nothing but genuine sorrow." This anecdote offers a profound testimony about genuine sincerity. The blind man had developed sensitivity to what voices reveal beyond words. Most people, he noticed, carry hidden feelings that leak through their tone. Congratulations often contain jealousy, and sympathy often contains secret satisfaction that we are not the one suffering. These shadow emotions are so common that we might think them inevitable parts of being human. But Bankei's voice contained no such mixture. When he was happy for someone, he was simply happy, with no edge of comparison or envy. When he felt sorrow, it was pure sorrow, unmixed with any gratification. This reveals what complete honesty sounds like. Someone who has truly let go of self-concern can feel purely, without the contamination of ego comparing itself to others. The blind man's tribute shows that real understanding can be tested not by philosophical debate, but by the quality of a person's presence, even in their voice alone. Daiju traveled to China to meet Master Basso. "What brings you here?" Basso asked. "I seek enlightenment," Daiju answered. "Why search outside yourself?" said Basso. "You already possess your own treasure house." "Where is this treasure house?" asked Daiju. "Your asking itself is the treasure house," Basso replied. In that moment, Daiju understood. From then on, he would tell others, "Open your own treasure house and use what is already yours." This brief koan points directly to what is already present. Daiju came seeking enlightenment, as if it was something he lacked, something far away that must be found. Basso immediately told him he already possessed his own treasure house. When Daiju asked where it was, still looking for something external, Basso showed him that the very capacity to ask, to seek, to wonder is itself the treasure. The awareness that wants to find enlightenment is not separate from enlightenment itself. We are not empty vessels that must be filled with wisdom from outside. The treasure house is our own nature, our own awareness, which is already functioning in every moment. What we seek is not missing, it is what is seeking. Daiju's instant enlightenment came from recognizing this simple fact. After this recognition, his teaching to others was direct. Open your own treasure house, meaning stop looking elsewhere for what you already have. Chiono practiced Zen under Master Buko of Engaku Temple. Despite years of sincere effort, realization eluded her. One evening when the moon was full, she carried water from the well in an old wooden bucket held together with strips of bamboo. As she walked, the bamboo finally broke. The bottom dropped from the bucket, and in that instant, Chiono awakened. Later, she composed a poem about her experience. "I tried this way and that to keep the bucket whole, watching the bamboo weaken, knowing it would break, until the bottom fell away at last. Now there is no water in the bucket. Now there is no moon in the water." This story captures the moment of sudden release when what we have been holding together finally breaks apart. Chiono had been trying so hard for so long, just as she had been trying to keep the old bucket from breaking. Both efforts were futile because both the bucket and her striving were already breaking down. When the bottom finally fell out, the water disappeared, and with it, the moon's reflection. Perhaps this means that the enlightenment she sought was like the moon reflected in water, beautiful, but ultimately an illusion. She had been trying to capture and hold something that could never be grasped. When the container broke, both the water and its reflection vanished, and in that loss, she found freedom. The real moon remained in the sky, untouched by what happened to its reflection. Sometimes our liberation comes not from achieving what we seek, but from the breaking of our ability to seek it. No more striving, no more illusion, just what is. Master Keichu led Tofuku Cathedral in Kyoto during the Meiji period. One day, the governor of the province came to visit him for the first time. An attendant brought Keichu the governor's card, which was printed with Kitagaki, governor of Kyoto. "I have no interest in meeting such a person," Keichu told the attendant. "Send him away." The attendant returned with the message and an apology. "My mistake," said the governor. He took out a pencil and crossed through the words, "Governor of Kyoto. Please ask again." When the attendant showed Keichu the revised card, the teacher's face brightened. "Ah, Kitagaki is here?" he said. "Send him in at once." This anecdote demonstrates the difference between meeting roles and meeting people. When the governor presented himself with his title, Keichu refused to see him. The teacher had no interest in meeting a position or office, only in meeting a human being. Titles create distance and expectation, turning encounters into formal exchanges rather than genuine meetings. The governor understood immediately. He scratched out his title, leaving only his name. This act showed humility and wisdom, a willingness to set aside rank and position. Only then did Keichu want to see him, not because of who he was in the world's eyes, but because he had shown himself capable of dropping that identity. The story suggests that spiritual meeting requires us to leave our costumes at the door. We cannot truly encounter one another through the masks of status and title. The governor's willingness to become simply Kitagaki was itself the qualification for meeting a Zen master. Hakuin often spoke to his students about an elderly woman who ran a tea shop, praising her deep understanding of Zen. His students did not believe him and would visit the shop to see for themselves. Whenever the woman noticed them approaching, she could tell immediately whether they came for tea or to test her grasp of Zen. If they came for tea, she served them with grace and hospitality. If they came to challenge her understanding, she would gesture for them to follow her behind a screen. The moment they stepped behind it, she would strike them with a fire poker. 9 out of 10 could not avoid her blow. This story celebrates direct teaching that cuts through pretension. The old woman had genuine insight and could immediately perceive people's intentions. Students who came sincerely for tea received tea. But those who came to test or judge her received something quite different, a sudden strike that gave them no time to prepare or posture. Her method was not gentle, but it was honest and effective. By striking before they could demonstrate their own knowledge or ask clever questions, she showed them their actual state directly. Most could not escape the blow because they were not truly present. They were caught up in their own ideas about testing her. From a Zen perspective, this reflects how genuine understanding operates outside conventional exchanges of questions and answers. The woman's poker was her teaching method, immediate and undeniable. Those who came with arrogance or intellectual curiosity were met with a response that shattered their approach entirely. Real Zen cannot be evaluated from a distance or judged by those still learning. The fire poker was her way of saying, "You are not ready to test me, so let me test you instead." Enko was a celebrated storyteller whose tales could move any audience. When he told stories of love, listeners' hearts stirred with emotion. When he narrated tales of battle, people felt as though they stood on the battlefield themselves. One day, Enko met Yamaoka Teshu, a layman who had nearly achieved mastery in Zen. "I understand," Yamaoka said, "that you are the finest storyteller in our country and that you can make people laugh or weep at will. Tell me my favorite story of the Peach Boy. When I was small, I would sleep beside my mother, and she often told me this legend. Halfway through the story, I would fall asleep. Tell it to me exactly as my mother did." Enko did not dare attempt this. He asked for time to prepare. Several months later, he returned to Yamaoka and said, "Please allow me to tell you the story now." "Some other time," Yamaoka replied. Enko felt deeply disappointed. He studied more and tried again. Yamaoka rejected him many times. Whenever Encho began to speak, Yamaoka would interrupt him, saying, "You are not yet like my mother." It took Enko 5 years before he could tell Yamaoka the legend as his mother had told it. In this way, Yamaoka transmitted Zen to Enko. This story reveals how mastery requires going beyond technique to touch something essential and intangible. Enko was already a master storyteller who could move audiences to tears or laughter. Yet Yamaoka's request stumped him completely. Yamaoka did not want skillful performance or emotional manipulation. He wanted the quality his mother had brought to the story, something simple, natural, and filled with love. Perhaps it was the warmth of a mother comforting her child to sleep, or the unself-conscious sincerity of someone not performing but simply sharing. For 5 years, Enko worked to achieve this, repeatedly failing until something shifted within him. When he finally succeeded, he had learned something beyond storytelling craft. He had learned to be present without artifice, to convey feeling without technique getting in the way. From a Zen perspective, this is the difference between doing something and being something. Enko could do storytelling brilliantly, but he needed to become the kind of person who could tell a story with a mother's heart. This transformation took years because it required shedding his professional identity and touching a deeper, simpler humanity. Yamaoka's gift was not teaching storytelling, but pointing Enko toward his own essential nature, beyond skill and accomplishment. Many students practiced meditation under Master Sengai. One of them would wake at night, climb over the temple wall, and sneak into town for entertainment. One evening, Sengai was checking the dormitory and discovered this student missing. He also found the tall stool the student had used to climb the wall. Sengai moved the stool aside and stood in its place. When the wanderer returned in the darkness, not realizing that Sengai had replaced the stool, he placed his feet on his master's head and jumped down into the courtyard. Discovering what he had done, he was horrified. Sengai said, "It is quite cold in the early morning hours. Please be careful not to catch a chill." The student never went out at night again. This anecdote demonstrates teaching through compassion rather than punishment. Sengai could have confronted the student, expelled him from the monastery, or shamed him publicly for breaking rules. Instead, he quietly took the place of the stool, allowing himself to be stepped on. When the student realized he had literally used his teacher's head as a stepping stone, his shame must have been overwhelming. Yet Sengai's only words were gentle concern about the cold morning air. This response was far more powerful than any punishment could be. The student experienced directly the consequence of his actions, stepping on the person who cared for his spiritual development. Sengai's kindness in that moment, showing concern for the student's health rather than anger at the disrespect, completely transformed the situation. The student could not continue his nighttime escapes after being met with such undeserved grace. From a Zen perspective, this reflects the understanding that genuine change comes from within, sparked not by external punishment, but by an inner recognition of how we want to be. Sengai's compassion called forth the student's better nature more effectively than discipline ever could. Basue wrote the following letter to one of his disciples who was dying. "The essence of your mind is not born, so it will never die. It is not an existence which is perishable. It is not an emptiness which is a mere void. It has neither color nor form. It enjoys no pleasures and suffers no pains. I know you are very ill. Like a good Zen student, you are facing that sickness squarely. You may not know exactly who is suffering, but question yourself. What is the essence of this mind? Think only of this. You will need no more, covet nothing. Your end, which is endless, is as a snowflake, dissolving in the pure air." This letter offers profound comfort by pointing to what does not die. Basue addressed his dying disciple not with sentiment or false reassurance, but with the ultimate teaching. The essence of mind, our true nature, was never born and therefore cannot die. It is not a thing that can perish, nor is it mere nothingness. It transcends the categories we use to describe reality, having no form, experiencing neither pleasure nor pain. Basue acknowledged the disciple's illness and suffering, not dismissing the physical reality. But he directed attention to a deeper question: who or what is actually suffering? When we investigate this, we may discover that what we thought was ourself is not what we essentially are. The instruction to covet nothing and the image of a snowflake dissolving in pure air suggest complete letting go. The snowflake does not resist melting, it simply returns to what it always was, water in a different form. Perhaps Basue was saying that death is not an ending, but a return, like the snowflake dissolving into the sky it came from. This teaching does not deny death, but reframes it entirely, showing it as a transition of form while essence remains unchanged. For someone facing their final moments, this perspective offers not escape, but a wider view that includes death as part of an endless process. A Zen master named Gisen asked a young student to bring him a bucket of water to cool his bath. The student brought the water and, after cooling the bath, threw what little remained onto the ground. "You fool," the master scolded him. "Why did you not give the rest of the water to the plants? What right do you have to waste even a single drop of water in this temple?" The young student awakened to Zen in that instant. He changed his name to Tekisui, which means a drop of water. This brief story turns a moment of carelessness into sudden enlightenment. The student had completed his task of cooling the bath and casually discarded the leftover water. From his perspective, he had done what was asked. But Gisan's sharp rebuke opened his eyes to something much larger. Every drop of water matters, not because of rules or thrift, but because nothing in this universe is without value. The question, "What right have you to waste even a drop?" cuts deep. It challenges the assumption that we own things or have the authority to dispose of them carelessly. Water, plants, all of life is interconnected and precious. Perhaps in that moment the student saw beyond the immediate action to the attitude behind it, a lack of care, a failure to recognize the value in small things. His enlightenment was not about water specifically, but about bringing complete attention and respect to every action, no matter how minor. By changing his name to a drop of water, he made this teaching his identity, a permanent reminder of the lesson. From a Zen perspective, this reflects the teaching that enlightenment can come through the most ordinary moments when we truly see what we are doing. The student's awakening transformed wastefulness into reverence, showing that spiritual realization touches every detail of how we live. The beautiful Shunkai, also called Suzu, was forced into marriage when she was very young. After the marriage ended, she went to university to study philosophy. To see Shunkai was to fall in love with her. Wherever she went, she herself fell in love with others. Love followed her to the university, and later, when philosophy left her unsatisfied, she went to the temple to study Zen. There too, the Zen students fell in love with her. Her entire life was filled with love. Finally, in Kyoto, she became a sincere student of Zen. Her brothers at the sub-temple of Kenin praised her dedication. One of them became a close friend and helped her in mastering Zen. The abbot of Kenin Mokurai, called Silent Thunder, was strict. He kept all the precepts himself and expected the priests to do the same. In modern Japan, whatever devotion these priests had lost for Buddhism seemed to have been gained in their desire for wives. Mokurai would take a broom and chase women away when he found them in his temples, but the more he swept out, the more seemed to return. In this temple, the wife of the head priest had become jealous of Shunkai's sincerity and beauty. Hearing students praise her serious practice made this wife uncomfortable. Eventually, she spread a rumor about Shunkai and the young man who was her friend. As a result, he was expelled and Shunkai was removed from the temple. "I may have made the mistake of love," thought Shunkai, "but the priest's wife shall not remain in the temple either if my friend is to be treated so unfairly." That same night, Shunkai took a can of kerosene and set fire to the 500-year-old temple, burning it to the ground. In the morning, she found herself arrested. A young lawyer became interested in her case and tried to lighten her sentence. "Do not help me," she told him. "I might decide to do something else that will only imprison me again." At last, after 7 years, Shunkai was released from prison, where even the 60-year-old warden had become fond of her. But now everyone saw her as a criminal. No one would associate with her. Even the Zen people, who believe in enlightenment in this life and with this body, avoided her. Shunkai discovered that Zen was one thing and the followers of Zen quite another. Her relatives wanted nothing to do with her. She grew sick, poor, and weak. She met a Shinshu priest who taught her the name of the Buddha of love, and in this she found some peace of mind. She passed away while still beautiful and hardly 30 years old. She wrote her own story in a failed attempt to support herself and told some of it to a woman writer. This is how it reached the Japanese people. Those who had rejected Shunkai, those who slandered and hated her, now read of her life with tears of remorse. This story is a tragedy that reveals the gap between spiritual ideals and human judgment. Shunkai was sincere in her seeking, yet the community that should have understood her instead condemned her. Her act of burning the temple was born from a sense of injustice, but it sealed her fate. What is most striking is how those who preached enlightenment and compassion were the first to turn away from her. The Zen followers failed to practice what they taught. Only after her death did people feel remorse, but their tears came too late. This reminds us that understanding teachings is not the same as living them. True practice is tested in how we treat those who have fallen. In the Chinatowns of America, you can see statues of a stout man carrying a cloth sack. Chinese merchants call him Happy Chinaman or Laughing Buddha. This was Hotei, who lived in the Tang dynasty. He had no wish to call himself a Zen master or gather disciples around him. Instead, he walked the streets with a large sack into which he put gifts of candy, fruit, or donuts. These he would give to children who gathered around him to play. He created a kind of kindergarten of the streets. Whenever he met a Zen student, he would hold out his hand and say, "Give me 1 penny." And if anyone asked him to return to a temple to teach, again he would say, "Give me 1 penny." Once, while he was about his play with the children, another Zen master came by and asked, "What is the significance of Zen?" Hotei immediately dropped his sack to the ground in silent answer. "Then what is the actualization of Zen?" asked the other master. At once, Hotei swung the sack back over his shoulder and continued on his way. This story demonstrates Zen through simple action rather than words. When asked about the significance of Zen, Hotei put down his burden, showing emptiness and letting go. When asked about actualization, he picked up the sack again, showing that we must return to the world and its responsibilities. Hotei lived his teaching by giving to children and refusing to take himself seriously as a teacher. He asked for pennies not because he needed them, but perhaps to test the sincerity of those who sought him. His whole life was the teaching. First empty yourself, then return to serve. This is the complete path shown in 2 gestures. Master Bankei's talks were attended by Zen students and also by people of all backgrounds and beliefs. He never quoted sutras or engaged in scholarly debates. Instead, his words came directly from his heart to the hearts of his listeners. His large audience made a priest of the Nichiren sect angry because many of his own followers had left to hear about Zen. The self-centered priest came to the temple, determined to challenge Bankei. "Hey, Zen teacher," he called out. "Wait a minute. Whoever respects you will obey what you say, but a man like me does not respect you. Can you make me obey you? Come up beside me and I will show you," said Bankei. Proudly, the priest pushed through the crowd to the teacher. Bankei smiled. "Come over to my left side." The priest obeyed. "No," said Bankei, "we may talk better if you are on the right side." "Step over here." The priest proudly stepped to the right. "You see," observed Bankei, "you are obeying me, and I think you are a very gentle person. Now sit down and listen." This anecdote shows how Bankei used simple wisdom to deflate arrogance. The priest came to prove he could not be made to obey, yet he obeyed immediately when given simple requests. Bankei did not argue or try to prove anything through debate. He simply pointed out what was already happening. The priest was so focused on his idea of not obeying that he did not notice he was already cooperating. This reveals how our minds create conflicts that do not actually exist. We declare we will not do something, then do it without realizing. Bankei's gentle approach transformed confrontation into teaching. Gudo was the emperor's teacher, yet he traveled alone as a wandering monk. Once, on his way to Edo, he approached a small village named Takenaka. It was evening and heavy rain was falling. Gudo was soaked through, and his straw sandals were falling apart. At a farmhouse near the village, he noticed several pairs of sandals in the window and decided to buy some dry ones. The woman who offered him the sandals, seeing how wet he was, invited him to stay the night in her home. Gudo accepted with gratitude. He entered and recited a sutra before the family shrine. He was then introduced to the woman's mother and her children. Noticing that the entire family seemed troubled, Gudo asked what was wrong. "My husband is a gambler and a drunk," the woman told him. "When he wins, he drinks and becomes violent. When he loses, he borrows money from others. Sometimes when he is very drunk, he does not come home at all. What can I do?" "I will help him," said Gudo. "Here is some money. Get me a gallon of fine wine and something good to eat. Then you may go to bed. I will meditate before the shrine." When the man returned around midnight, quite drunk, he shouted, "Hey wife, I am home. Have you something for me to eat?" "I have something for you," said Gudo. "I was caught in the rain and your wife kindly asked me to stay the night. In return, I have bought wine and fish, so you might as well have them." The man was delighted. He drank the wine at once and lay down on the floor. Gudo sat in meditation beside him. In the morning, when the husband awoke, he had forgotten the previous night. "Who are you?" he asked Gudo, who was still meditating. "Where do you come from?" "I am Gudo of Kyoto, and I am going to Edo," replied the Zen master. The man was deeply ashamed. He apologized many times to the teacher of his emperor. Gudo smiled. "Everything in this life is temporary," he explained. "Life is very brief. If you keep gambling and drinking, you will have no time left to accomplish anything else, and you will cause your family to suffer too." The husband's awareness awoke, as if from a dream. "You are right," he declared. "How can I ever repay you for this wonderful teaching? Let me see you off and carry your things a little way." "If you wish," agreed Gudo. The two started out. After they had gone 3 miles, Gudo told him to return. "Just another 5 miles, the man begged. They continued on. "You may return now," suggested Gudo. "After another 10 miles, the man replied. "Return now," said Gudo, when 10 miles had passed. "I am going to follow you all the rest of my life," declared the man. Modern Zen teachings in Japan spring from the lineage of a famous master who was the successor of Gudo. His name was Munan, the man who never turned back. This story illustrates how genuine transformation happens through compassion and presence, not through judgment. Gudo did not lecture the drunk man or shame him. Instead, he met him where he was, even sharing wine with him. In the morning, when the man realized he had been in the presence of the emperor's teacher, his shame became the catalyst for change. Gudo's gentle words about the brevity of life struck deep because they came after he had shown such kindness. The man's desire to follow Gudo was not forced, but arose naturally from his transformation. Sometimes the best teaching is simply being present with someone in their darkness. The man became Munan, never turning back from the path, because he had been met with understanding rather than condemnation. Shon became a teacher of Soto Zen. When he was still a student, his father passed away, leaving him to care for his elderly mother. Whenever Shon went to a meditation hall, he took his mother with him. Since she accompanied him, he could not live with the monks when he visited monasteries. So he would build a small house and care for her there. He would copy sutras and Buddhist verses, and in this way earn a few coins for food. When Shon bought fish for his mother, people would mock him, for a monk is not supposed to eat fish. But Shon paid no attention. His mother, however, was hurt to see others laugh at her son. Finally, she said to him, "I think I will become a nun. I can be vegetarian too." She did, and they studied together. Shone was fond of music and was skilled at playing the harp, which his mother also played. On nights when the moon was full, they would play together. One night, a young woman passed by their house and heard the music. Deeply moved, she invited Shone to visit her the next evening and play. He accepted. A few days later, he met the young woman on the street and thanked her for her hospitality. Others laughed at him. He had visited the house of a woman of the streets. One day, Shone left for a distant temple to deliver a lecture. A few months later, he returned home to find his mother had died. Friends had not known where to reach him, so the funeral was already in progress. Shone walked up and struck the coffin with his staff. "Mother, your son has returned," he said. "I am glad to see you have returned, son," he answered for his mother. "Yes, I am glad too," Shone responded. Then he announced to the people gathered, "The funeral ceremony is over. You may bury the body." When Shone was old, he knew his end was approaching. He asked his disciples to gather around him in the morning, telling them he would pass at noon. Burning incense before the picture of his mother and his old teacher, he wrote a poem. "For 56 years I lived as best I could, making my way in this world. Now the rain has ended, the clouds are clearing, the blue sky has a full moon." His disciples gathered around him, reciting sutras, and Shone passed on during the invocation. This story shows the deep love between mother and son, and how devotion to family can coexist with spiritual practice. Shone never abandoned his mother to pursue his path alone. He brought her with him, caring for her practical needs while continuing his studies. When others judged him for buying fish or visiting the courtesan, he remained unmoved, knowing his own intentions. His striking of the coffin and speaking for his mother may seem strange, but it shows he understood death as a transformation, not an ending. The funeral was complete when he arrived because their connection transcended physical presence. His final poem speaks of clarity after difficulty, of the blue sky and full moon that appear when storms pass. He lived his whole life with integrity, caring for his mother and teaching others, never choosing one over the other. A university student visiting Gasan asked him, "Have you ever read the Christian Bible?" "No, read it to me," said Gasan. The student opened the Bible and read from Matthew. "And why take thought for clothing? Consider the lilies of the field, how they grow. They do not work, neither do they spin, and yet I say to you that even Solomon in all his glory was not dressed like one of these. Take therefore no thought for tomorrow shall take thought for the things of itself." Gasan said, "Whoever spoke those words, I consider an enlightened man." The student continued reading. "Ask and it shall be given to you, seek and you shall find, knock and it shall be opened unto you. For everyone that asks receives, and he that seeks finds, and to him that knocks it shall be opened." Gasan remarked, "That is excellent. Whoever said that is not far from understanding Buddha." This anecdote demonstrates that truth is not limited to one tradition or teaching. Gasan recognized enlightenment in the words of Jesus without hesitation. He did not say these are Christian ideas and therefore different from Zen. Instead, he acknowledged the wisdom wherever it appeared. The lilies growing without anxiety, the promise that seeking leads to finding, these insights align with Zen understanding. This openness shows spiritual maturity. A true teacher is not threatened by wisdom from other sources. The words themselves point to the same reality, regardless of who spoke them or when. Understanding transcends the boundaries we create between traditions. A young physician in Tokyo named Kusuda met a friend who had been studying Zen. The doctor asked him what Zen was. "I cannot tell you what it is," his friend replied, "but one thing is certain. If you understand Zen, you will not be afraid to die." "That is fine," said Kusuda. "I will try it." "Where can I find a teacher?" "Go to Master Nanin," his friend told him. So Kusuda went to see Nanin. He carried a dagger to determine whether the teacher was truly unafraid of death. When Nanin saw Kusuda, he exclaimed, "Hello, friend. How are you? We have not seen each other for a long time." This confused Kusuda, who replied, "We have never met before." "That is right," answered Nanin. "I mistook you for another physician who is receiving instruction here." With such a beginning, Kusuda lost his chance to test the master, so reluctantly he asked if he might receive instruction. Nanin said, "Zen is not a difficult task. If you are a physician, treat your patients with kindness. That is Zen." Kusuda visited Nanin 3 times. Each time Nanin told him the same thing. A physician should not waste time here. Go home and take care of your patients. It was not clear to Kusuda how such teaching could remove the fear of death. So, on the 4th visit, he complained. "My friend told me that when one learns Zen, one loses the fear of death. Each time I come here, you tell me to take care of my patients. I know that much. If that is your so-called Zen, I am not coming back anymore." Nanin smiled and patted the doctor. "I have been too strict with you. Let me give you a koan." He presented Kusuda with the problem of Mu to work with, which is the first mind-enlightening problem in the book called The Gateless Gate. Kusuda worked on this problem of Mu for 2 years. At length, he thought he had reached certainty of mind. But his teacher said, "You are not there yet." Kusuda continued in concentration for another 1.5 years. His mind became peaceful. Problems dissolved. Mu became the truth. He served his patients well, and, without even knowing it, he was free from the fear of life and death. Then he visited Nanin, and his old teacher just smiled. This story reveals that Zen practice is not separate from daily life. Nanin first told Kusuda to simply treat his patients with kindness, which is the essence of practice. But Kusuda wanted something more exotic or special. He could not see that caring for others was already the path. Only when he was given a formal koan did he take the practice seriously. Through working with Mu, he eventually arrived at the same place Nanin had pointed to from the beginning. The fear of death disappeared not through learning about it, but through becoming fully absorbed in living and serving. When we stop thinking about death and start living completely, the fear naturally falls away. Nanin's smile at the end showed that Kusuda had finally understood what he had been told from the start. Buddha told a parable. A man traveling across a field encountered a tiger. He fled, the tiger chasing after him. Coming to a cliff, he caught hold of the root of a wild vine and swung himself down over the edge. The tiger sniffed at him from above. Trembling, the man looked down to where, far below, another tiger waited to eat him. Only the vine held him. 2 mice, one white and one black, little by little began to gnaw away the vine. The man saw a ripe strawberry near him. Grasping the vine with one hand, he plucked the strawberry with the other. How sweet it tasted! This parable is about living fully in the present moment despite inevitable death. The man faces danger above and below, and time itself is eating away his support. The white and black mice represent day and night, constantly gnawing away our lives. In this desperate situation, the man does not freeze in fear or give up in despair. He notices the strawberry and tastes it fully. This is not denial or escapism, but complete presence. We are all in this situation, hanging between birth and death, with time passing moment by moment. The question is whether we can still taste the sweetness of life. This story teaches that the present moment, with all its simple pleasures, is all we ever truly have. At the Temple of Obaku in Kyoto, over the main gate are carved the words, "The First Principle." The characters are extremely large, and those familiar with calligraphy consider them a masterwork. Master Kozen created them 200 years ago. When he worked on the original design, he painted on paper so that craftsmen could carve the final version in wood. As Kozen made his attempts, a confident student stayed beside him. This student had prepared gallons of ink for the work and never hesitated to offer his opinion on each try. "That one is poor," the student said after Kozen's first version. "What about this?" Kozen asked after another attempt. "Still poor." "Even worse than the last one," declared the student. With patience, Kozen continued making one version after another. 84 sheets accumulated, yet none received the student's approval. Then the young man left the room briefly. Kozen thought to himself, "Here is my moment to work without his critical gaze." He painted rapidly, his mind clear and untroubled. The first principle. When the student returned, he looked at it and said, "A masterpiece." This story shows that perfection arrives when we stop trying to be perfect. Kozen made 84 attempts while his student watched and criticized, yet none were quite right. Only when he forgot about approval and painted with freedom did the true work emerge. Being watched and judged creates tension that blocks our natural ability. The student's absence, not his presence, created the conditions for mastery to appear. Kozen could finally work from his deeper nature rather than from worry about what others thought. This principle extends to everything we do. When we lose ourselves in the doing and stop performing for others, our actions carry an authenticity that cannot be forced. The masterpiece was always within Kozen, waiting for self-consciousness to get out of the way. Jiun was a master of the Shingon school and a respected scholar of Sanskrit in the Tokugawa period. During his youth, he often gave lectures to other students. When his mother learned of this, she sent him a letter. "My son, I do not believe you devoted yourself to the Buddha in order to become a dictionary walking around on 2 legs. Information and interpretation have no end, and neither do glory and praise. I wish you would stop giving these lectures. Find a small temple in the remote mountains and close yourself inside. Give your time to meditation, and through this, discover true understanding." This brief anecdote carries a mother's insight about the difference between collecting knowledge and finding wisdom. She saw that her son was busy accumulating facts and impressing others, but perhaps drifting away from genuine understanding. Teaching and scholarship can become a trap, satisfying the ego with attention and respect. His mother pointed him instead towards silence and isolation, where real insight can grow. There is a season for reading and a season for putting the books down. Facts are infinite, but true understanding requires inner quiet. Her guidance was not to give up teaching entirely, but to first discover what is genuine within himself. Only after finding that inner truth could his words carry real weight, coming from experience rather than borrowed ideas. Dairyo, the cook monk at Bankei's monastery, decided to take special care of his old teacher's health. He would give him only fresh miso, a paste made from soybeans, wheat, and yeast that often ferments. Bankei noticed he was being served better quality miso than his students. "Who is cooking today?" he asked. Dairyo was brought before him. Bankei learned that according to his age and position, he was meant to eat only fresh miso. "Then you think I should not eat at all," he said to the cook. With this, he entered his room and locked the door. Dairyo sat outside the door, asking his teacher's forgiveness. Bankei would not answer. For 7 days, Dairyo sat outside and Bankei remained within. Finally, in desperation, another student called loudly to Bankei. "You may be all right, old teacher, but this young disciple here has to eat. He cannot go without food forever." At that, Bankei opened the door. He was smiling. He told Dairyo, "I insist on eating the same food as the least of my followers. When you become the teacher, I do not want you to forget this." This story demonstrates the principle of equality in spiritual community. Dairyo thought he was showing respect and care by giving his elderly teacher better food. But Bankei understood that creating special treatment, even well-intentioned, undermines the foundation of practice together. If the teacher eats better than the students, a hierarchy of privilege is established. Bankei's refusal to eat and his week-long silence were his way of teaching this lesson deeply. He would rather starve than accept superiority over his followers. His smile when he finally emerged showed this was not anger, but teaching. The message was clear. True leadership in spiritual life means standing on the same ground as everyone else, not above them. Dairyo learned that genuine care for a teacher means treating them as they wish to be treated, not according to conventional notions of respect. Sometimes the deepest respect is found in equality, not in special treatment. A student of Tendai, a philosophical school of Buddhism, came to study Zen with Gasan. When he was preparing to leave a few years later, Gasan warned him. Studying truth intellectually is useful for collecting material to teach others. But remember that unless you meditate constantly, your light of truth may go out. This brief teaching addresses the difference between intellectual understanding and lived realization. The Tendai student had spent years studying philosophy and likely had accumulated much knowledge. Gasan acknowledged this has value, particularly for those who will teach. But he warned that, without continuous meditation practice, this intellectual light will dim and eventually extinguish. Knowledge alone does not sustain itself. It needs the fuel of direct experience and ongoing practice. Someone might memorize all the teachings perfectly, but lose the actual understanding if they stop practicing. The light of truth is not maintained by thinking about it, but by sitting with it, returning to it daily, keeping it alive through attention. This warning applies not just to monks, but to anyone who seeks wisdom. What we understand today may fade tomorrow without the practice that keeps it fresh and real. When Saisetsu was the master of Engaku in Kamakura, he needed larger quarters because his teaching space was overcrowded. Umezu Seibei, a merchant from Edo, decided to donate 500 pieces of gold called ryo toward building a more spacious school. He brought this money to the teacher. Saisetsu said, "All right, I will take it." Umezu handed over the sack of gold, but he felt unsatisfied with the teacher's response. A person could live a whole year on 3 ryo, and the merchant had not even been thanked for 500. "In that sack are 500 ryo, Umezu hinted. "You told me that before," replied Saisetsu. "Even if I am a wealthy merchant, 500 ryo is a lot of money," said Umezu. "Do you want me to thank you for it?" asked Saisetsu. "You ought to," replied Umezu. "Why should I?" inquired Saisetsu. "The giver should be thankful." This story turns ordinary expectations upside down. The merchant expected gratitude for his generous donation, and by conventional standards, he deserved it. 500 ryo was indeed a substantial gift. But Saisetsu refused to play this expected role. His final statement cuts to a deeper truth about giving. If we give in order to receive thanks, we are really purchasing gratitude, not giving freely. True generosity requires no acknowledgement because the joy is in the giving itself. Saisetsu suggested that the merchant should be grateful for the opportunity to give, to support the Dharma, to use his wealth for something meaningful. The teaching reverses the transaction. The one who benefits most from generosity is often the giver, not the receiver. When we give and then wait for appreciation, we corrupt the gift by attaching strings to it. Saisetsu's refusal to thank the merchant was actually a teaching about the nature of genuine giving. Ikkyu, a famous Zen teacher of the Ashikaga era, was the son of the emperor. When he was very young, his mother left the palace and went to study Zen in a temple. In this way, Prince Ikkyu also became a student. When his mother passed on, she left him a letter. It read, "To Ikkyu, I have finished my work in this life and am now returning into eternity. I wish you to become a good student and to realize your Buddha nature. You will know if I am in hell and whether I am always with you or not. If you become a man who realizes that the Buddha and his follower, Bodhidharma, are your own servants, you may leave off studying and work for humanity." The Buddha preached for 49 years and in all that time found it not necessary to speak one word. You ought to know why. But if you don't and yet wish to, avoid thinking fruitlessly. Your mother, not born, not dead. September 1st. This letter contains profound teachings disguised as a mother's farewell. She told her son she was returning to eternity, not dying, showing her understanding that death is not an ending. Her instruction that he would know whether she was in hell or with him placed the responsibility on his realization, not on belief. The remarkable statement that Buddha and Bodhidharma are his own servants suggests that once truly awakened, even the greatest teachers become his resources, not his masters. She said that after such realization, he should stop studying and work for humanity, pointing to service as the fruit of enlightenment. Her observation that Buddha preached for 49 years without speaking a word is a koan itself, pointing to the truth beyond words that even words cannot capture. The signature, not born, not dead, expresses the ultimate reality beyond the cycles of birth and death. This mother gave her son not comfort but challenge, not sentiment but wisdom, preparing him for the pathless path ahead. Taiko, a warrior who lived before the Tokugawa era, studied tea ceremony with Sen no Rikyu, a master of that art which expresses calmness and harmony. Taiko's attendant warrior Kato believed his superior's interest in tea etiquette showed neglect of state duties, so he decided to kill Sen no Rikyu. He pretended to make a social visit to the tea master and was invited to drink tea. The master, highly skilled in his art, saw at once the warrior's intention. He invited Kato to leave his sword outside before entering the room for the ceremony, explaining that tea ceremony represents peacefulness itself. Kato would not agree. "I am a warrior," he said. "I always have my sword with me. Tea ceremony or no tea ceremony, I have my sword." "Very well. Bring your sword in and have some tea," consented Sen no Rikyu. The kettle was boiling on the charcoal fire. Suddenly, Sen no Rikyu tipped it over. Hissing steam arose, filling the room with smoke and ash. The startled warrior ran outside. The tea master apologized. "It was my mistake. Come back in and have some tea. I have your sword here covered with ash and will clean it and give it to you." In this predicament, the warrior realized he could not very well kill the tea master, so he gave up the idea. This story shows how wit and presence of mind can diffuse deadly situations. Sen no Rikyu immediately perceived that Kato had come to kill him, not to drink tea. Rather than panic or fight, he used the tea ceremony itself as his defense. First, he tried to separate Kato from his weapon by appealing to the peaceful nature of the ceremony. When that failed, he accepted the sword's presence, but then created chaos by tipping the kettle. In the confusion, he separated Kato from his sword after all, claiming it was covered in ash and needed cleaning. This put the warrior in an impossible position. He could not kill an unarmed host who was cleaning his sword. The social codes that allowed assassination did not permit killing someone who was helping you. Sen no Rikyu's calm resourcefulness transformed a murder attempt into an awkward social situation. Sometimes the best defense is not strength, but awareness and creative response. Subhuti was a disciple of Buddha. He had come to understand emptiness deeply, the teaching that nothing exists on its own but only in relationship. One day, Subhuti sat beneath a tree in a state of profound stillness. Flowers began falling around him like rain. "We are praising you for your teaching on emptiness," whispered the gods. "But I have not spoken about emptiness," said Subhuti. "You have not spoken of emptiness. We have not heard emptiness," the gods responded. "This is true emptiness." And the blossoms continued to shower down upon him. This story is about emptiness beyond words and concepts. Subhuti sat in silent understanding, speaking nothing. Yet the gods recognized this as the deepest teaching. When he protested that he had not spoken, they agreed completely, and this agreement itself was the teaching. True emptiness cannot be conveyed through explanation, because any explanation creates something, adds content, fills the space. Subhuti's silence was not the absence of teaching, but its purest expression. The gods heard what was not said and praised what was not taught. This points to a reality beyond language, where understanding happens directly without the medium of words. The flower shower celebrates not something Subhuti did, but what he embodied simply by being present in that state. Sometimes the most profound teaching is no teaching at all. Tetsugen, a devoted Zen practitioner in Japan, wished to make the sutras available to his people. At that time, they existed only in Chinese. He planned to carve wooden printing blocks and produce 7,000 copies, an enormous undertaking. Tetsugen began traveling throughout the country, collecting donations. Some supporters gave him 100 gold pieces, but most could offer only small coins. He thanked everyone with the same gratitude regardless of the amount. After 10 years, he had gathered enough to begin the work. That year, the Uji River flooded catastrophically. Famine followed the flood. Tetsugen used all the money he had collected to feed the starving. Then he started collecting donations again from the beginning. Several years later, an epidemic swept across the country. Once more, Tetsugen gave away everything he had gathered to help the sick and dying. He began collecting for a third time. 20 years after he first conceived the project, his goal was finally achieved. The wooden blocks that printed the first edition can still be seen at Obaku Monastery in Kyoto. The Japanese tell their children that Tetsugen created 3 sets of sutras, and that the first 2 invisible sets are even greater than the last. This story reveals what truly matters in spiritual life. Tetsugen could have turned away from the suffering around him, insisting his religious project was too important to interrupt. Instead, twice he chose immediate compassion over future accomplishment. The wisdom tradition says the first 2 sets of sutras, the ones that fed the hungry and healed the sick, were greater than the physical books. This teaching suggests that living the Dharma is more important than preserving it in text. What good are sacred writings if we ignore suffering while we produce them? Tetsugen's persistence is also remarkable, beginning again and again without bitterness. He understood that both the books and the relief work were necessary, neither excluding the other. The invisible sutras were his actions of compassion, written not on wood blocks, but in the lives he saved. Sometimes what we accomplish through delay and sacrifice is far greater than what we would have achieved by rushing directly to our goal. Gisho was ordained as a nun when she was only 10 years old. She trained exactly as the young monks did. At 16, she began traveling from one Zen master to another, studying with each. She stayed 3 years with Unzan and 6 years with Gukei, but could not achieve clear realization. Finally, she came to Master Inzan. Inzan made no allowances because she was a woman. He scolded her fiercely like a storm. He struck her to shock her awake. Gisho remained with Inzan for 13 years, and at last she found what she had been seeking. In her honor, Inzan composed a poem. This nun studied 13 years under my guidance. In the evening she considered the deepest koans. In the morning she was wrapped in other koans. The Chinese nun Tetsuma surpassed all before her, and since Mujaku none has been so genuine as this Gisho. Yet there are many more gates for her to pass through. She should receive still more blows from my iron fist. After her enlightenment, Gisho went to Banshu province, established her own Zen temple, and taught 200 nuns until she died one August. This story shows extraordinary dedication and the teacher-student relationship at its most demanding. Gisho trained from childhood and continued seeking through her teens and 20s, studying with multiple masters. Inzan's harsh treatment was not cruelty, but his way of pushing her beyond comfortable limits. By treating her exactly as he would a male student, with no gentle allowances, he showed true respect. 13 years of such intense practice brought her to realization. Inzan's poem praises her achievement while noting the path continues endlessly. Even after enlightenment, there are more gates, more understanding to unfold. His final line about more blows from his iron fist suggests that growth never truly ends. Gisho's later work teaching 200 nuns shows that her enlightenment bore fruit in helping others. She did not rest in her own attainment, but immediately turned to serving and guiding others along the same path. Master Soyen Shaku died at the age of 61, leaving behind substantial teachings that enriched many lives. During the intense heat of summer, he allowed his students to nap in the afternoon, though he himself never rested during the day. When Soyen was only 12, he was already studying Tendai philosophy under a teacher. One sweltering summer afternoon, the heat became unbearable. Little Soyen stretched out and fell asleep while his teacher was away. 3 hours passed. Suddenly he woke to hear his master returning, but it was too late to move. There he lay, sprawled across the doorway. "I beg your pardon, I beg your pardon," his teacher whispered, carefully stepping over Soyen's body as if it belonged to an honored guest. After that day, Soyen never slept in the afternoon again. This anecdote demonstrates teaching through gentle dignity rather than punishment. The young Soyen had fallen asleep when he should have been studying, a clear transgression. His teacher could have scolded him, woken him roughly, or shamed him for laziness. Instead, he treated the sleeping child with exquisite courtesy, apologizing for disturbing him and stepping carefully over him. This unexpected response had far more impact than any punishment could have. The teacher's kindness made young Soyen feel his failure more acutely than anger would have. He had been treated as honored when he deserved criticism, and this contradiction awakened something in him. From that moment forward, he held himself to a higher standard, not because of fear, but because of the respect shown to him. The story suggests that sometimes the deepest changes come not from harshness, but from being met with grace when we expect reproach. A student of Soyen Shaku once told this story. "Our schoolmaster used to take a nap every afternoon. We children asked him why, and he told us he went to dreamland to meet the ancient sages, just as Confucius had done. When Confucius slept, he dreamed of meeting ancient sages and would tell his followers about these encounters. One day the heat was terrible, so several of us took naps as well. Our schoolmaster scolded us for sleeping. We went to dreamland to meet the ancient sages, the same as Confucius did," we explained. "What message did the sages give you?" our schoolmaster demanded. One of us answered, "We went to dreamland and met the sages and asked them if our schoolmaster visits every afternoon, but they said they had never seen any such person." This humorous tale exposes hypocrisy and pretension with perfect timing. The schoolmaster claimed his afternoon naps were spiritual practice, meeting ancient sages like Confucius supposedly did. This excuse elevated his rest into something noble and educational. When the students adopted the same excuse for their own naps, he challenged them, demanding proof. Their response was brilliant, using the schoolmaster's own story against him. If they could dream of meeting sages, they could also report what the sages said, and the sages denied ever seeing the schoolmaster. This reveals the schoolmaster's claim as empty justification. The story teaches us to be wary of dressing up our ordinary needs and desires in spiritual language. Sometimes a nap is just a nap, and pretending otherwise makes us vulnerable to having our pretensions exposed. The student's wit reminds us that those who observe us often see through our self-deceptions more clearly than we do ourselves. The master of Kenin Temple was Mokurai, whose name means silent thunder. He had a young student named Toyo, only 12 years old. Toyo watched the older disciples visit the master's room each morning and evening to receive personal guidance. There they were given koans, puzzling questions meant to stop the wandering mind. Toyo wished to do this practice also. "Wait a while," said Mokurai. "You are too young." But the child kept asking, so the teacher finally agreed. In the evening, little Toyo went at the proper time to the threshold of Mokurai's room. He struck the gong to announce himself, bowed respectfully 3 times outside the door, and entered to sit before the master in silence. "You can hear the sound of 2 hands when they clap together," said Mokurai. "Now show me the sound of 1 hand." Toyo bowed and returned to his room to consider this problem. From his window, he could hear the music of the geishas playing. "Ah, I have it," he thought. The next evening, when his teacher asked him to demonstrate the sound of 1 hand, Toyo began to imitate the music of the geishas. "No, no," said Mokurai. "That will never do. That is not the sound of 1 hand. You have not found it at all." Thinking that music might be distracting him, Toyo moved to a quieter place. He sat in meditation again. What can the sound of 1 hand be? He happened to hear water dripping. "I have it," he thought. When he next appeared before his teacher, Toyo imitated the sound of dripping water. "What is that?" asked Mokurai. "That is the sound of dripping water, but not the sound of 1 hand. Try again." Toyo meditated further, trying to hear the sound of 1 hand. He heard the wind sighing, but this sound was rejected. He heard the cry of an owl. This also was refused. The sound of 1 hand was not the locusts either. More than 10 times Toyo visited Mokurai with different sounds. All were wrong. For almost a year, he wondered what the sound of 1 hand might be. At last, little Toyo entered true meditation and went beyond all sounds. "I could collect no more," he explained later. "So I reached the soundless sound." Toyo had realized the sound of 1 hand. This story shows the journey from seeking outside to finding within. Toyo began by looking for the answer in the world around him, in sounds he could hear and imitate. Each sound seemed like it might be the answer, but each was just another thing in the world. The geisha music, the dripping water, the wind, the owl, the locusts, all were sounds that 2 things make together. The koan cannot be solved by finding the right sound. It can only be solved by going beyond sound itself. After a year of trying, Toyo stopped looking outward and entered silence. In that silence, he found what cannot be heard with ears. The sound of 1 hand is not a sound at all. It is the awareness before sound arises. Sometimes we must exhaust all wrong answers before we can stop seeking and simply be. Toyo's realization came not from trying harder, but from going deeper than trying. Soyen Shaku was the first Zen teacher to visit America. He once said, "My heart burns like fire, but my eyes are as cold as dead ashes." He created rules for himself, which he followed every day of his life. In the morning before dressing, light incense and meditate. Go to bed at a regular hour. Eat at regular times. Take food in moderation and never to the point of feeling completely full. Receive a guest with the same mind you have when alone. When alone, keep the same mind you have when receiving guests. Watch what you say, and whatever you say, practice it. When an opportunity comes, do not let it pass, yet always think twice before acting. Do not regret the past. Look to the future. Have the fearless attitude of a hero and the loving heart of a child. Upon going to sleep, sleep as if entering your last sleep. Upon waking, leave your bed instantly as if you had thrown away a pair of old shoes. These rules reveal a life of balance between intensity and calm. A heart that burns like fire speaks of passion and commitment, while eyes cold as ashes speak of detachment and clarity. The rules themselves show this balance. Maintain regularity in daily habits, but meet each moment fully, whether alone or with others. Speak carefully, but act decisively when needed. Have the courage of a hero, but the tenderness of a child. Sleep each night as if it is your last, completely and without holding back, then wake and leave it behind entirely. This is not a life of rigid control, but of complete presence. Each rule points to being fully where you are, neither scattered nor grasping. The past is gone, the future is unknown, but this moment contains everything needed. These simple guidelines create a life of depth and authenticity. When Eshin, the Zen nun, was past 60 and knew her time to leave this world was near, she asked some monks to gather wood in the yard. She seated herself firmly in the center of the pile. She had them light the wood around the edges. "Oh nun," shouted one monk, "is it hot in there?" "Such a question would only concern a fool like yourself," answered Eshin. The flames rose higher, and she passed away. This brief account shows complete mastery over fear and complete clarity in the face of death. Eshin took charge of her own departure, preparing her funeral pyre herself and sitting calmly as it burned. When the monk asked if it was hot, he revealed he was still thinking in ordinary terms, still caught in worry about physical sensation. Eshin's sharp reply was not unkind, but pointed directly to the truth. Someone who truly understands is not concerned with whether something is hot or cold, pleasant or unpleasant. She had gone beyond such distinctions. Her departure was not about escaping life or embracing death, but about meeting the moment with absolute clarity. She chose her time and method, then passed through without hesitation or drama. This is the freedom that comes from having nothing left to fear or protect. A farmer asked a Tendai priest to recite sutras for his wife who had died. After the recitation was complete, the farmer asked, "Do you think my wife will gain merit from this?" "Not only your wife, but all sentient beings will benefit from the recitation of sutras," answered the priest. "If all sentient beings will benefit," said the farmer, "my wife may be too weak and others will take advantage of her. They will get the benefit that should be hers. So please recite sutras only for her." The priest explained that it was the wish of a Buddhist to offer blessings and merit to every living being. "That is a fine teaching," the farmer replied. "But please make one exception. I have a neighbor who is rough and cruel to me. Just exclude him from all those sentient beings." This story gently reveals how we contaminate spiritual practice with our small concerns and grudges. The farmer began with love for his wife, wanting to ensure she received help. But his love was mixed with fear that she might not get enough, that others might somehow take what was hers. This shows he was thinking of merit as a limited commodity that must be divided up. When the priest explained the Buddhist wish to benefit all beings, the farmer agreed it was good. But immediately he wanted to exclude his difficult neighbor. We often do this, accepting grand spiritual principles until they include someone we dislike. True compassion makes no exceptions. The farmer's response is deeply human and understandable, which is what makes it a teaching. We all carry our small resentments and want to withhold kindness from certain people. The story asks us to notice this tendency without judgment, to see how we limit our own hearts. Joshu started studying Zen at 60 years old and continued until he turned 80 when realization came to him. He taught from 80 until he was 120. A student once asked him, "If I have nothing in my mind, what should I do? Is less than #0. 5 is greater than." Joshu replied, "Throw it out." "But if I have nothing, how can I throw it out?" The student continued. "Well," said Joshu, "then carry it out." This brief exchange reveals the trap of even claiming to have nothing. The student thought having nothing in his mind was a spiritual achievement, something to report. But if there is truly nothing, then even that claim is something. Joshu first told him to throw it out, pointing to the fact that nothing had become a thing to hold. When the student protested using logic, Joshu shifted his instruction to carry it out, showing that, however the student conceived of his emptiness, it needed to go. The teaching suggests that genuine emptiness cannot be possessed or described. As soon as we think we have achieved emptiness, we have filled it with that thought. Joshu's responses are like poking at smoke, dispersing whatever the student tries to grasp. True emptiness leaves nothing to discuss, not even its own absence. Mamiya, who later became a well-known teacher, went to a master for personal instruction. He was asked to demonstrate the sound of one hand. Mamiya worked intently on what the sound of one hand might be. "You are not practicing hard enough," his teacher told him. "You are too attached to food, wealth, possessions, and that sound. It would be better if you died. That would resolve the problem." The next time Mamiya appeared before his teacher, he was again asked what he had discovered about the sound of one hand. Mamiya immediately fell over as though dead. "You are dead, all right," observed the teacher. "But what about that sound?" "I have not solved that yet," replied Mamiya, looking up. "Dead men do not speak," said the teacher. "Get out." This koan is about the completeness required for true realization. The teacher told Mamiya his attachments were blocking him and that death would solve the problem. Mamiya understood this as a teaching device and played dead when asked again about the koan. But he made the mistake of speaking, of reporting that he still had not solved it. A truly dead person would not speak, would not still be working on solving anything. Mamiya demonstrated the form of death without its reality. Perhaps the teaching is that we cannot fake complete letting go. As long as there is someone trying to solve the koan, someone reporting progress or lack of it, the essential attachment remains. True death of the ego leaves no one to answer questions about enlightenment. Mamiya had not yet gone far enough to disappear completely. Tosui was a respected Zen teacher who had lived in several temples and taught in many provinces. At the last temple he visited, so many students gathered that Tosui announced he was quitting teaching entirely. He told them to disperse and go wherever they wished. After that, no one could find him. 3 years later, one of his former disciples discovered him living with beggars under a bridge in Kyoto. The disciple immediately begged Tosui to teach him. "If you can do as I do for even a couple of days, I might," Tosui replied. So, the former student dressed as a beggar and spent a day with Tosui. The following day, one of the beggars died. Tosui and his student carried the body away at midnight and buried it on a mountainside. Then they returned to their shelter under the bridge. Tosui slept soundly the rest of the night, but the student could not sleep at all. When morning came, Tosui said, "We do not need to beg for food today. Our dead friend left some over there." But the student was unable to eat a single bite. "I told you that you could not do as I do," concluded Tosui. "Get out of here and do not bother me again." This story reveals the vast distance between understanding teachings intellectually and living them completely. Tosui had left behind not just temples but all social position, living among the homeless. When his student found him and asked to learn, Tosui set a simple test: live as I live. The student managed to dress as a beggar and spend time under the bridge, but when faced with death and eating the dead man's food, he could not continue. Tosui slept peacefully after burying the body and had no hesitation about the food. He had genuinely let go of all attachment to comfort, propriety, and even squeamishness about death. The student discovered that what looks like simple poverty from outside requires complete inner freedom, is less than #0. 5 is greater than Tosui was not performing austerity as a practice. He had actually become someone for whom these circumstances were natural. The teaching is that we cannot follow a true master halfway. Either we can live as they live, or we cannot, and pretending otherwise helps no one. One evening, while Shichiri Kojin was reciting sutras, a thief entered with a sharp sword, demanding either money or his life. Shichiri told him, "Do not disturb me. You can find the money in that drawer." Then he continued his recitation. A short while later he stopped and called out, "Do not take it all. I need some to pay taxes tomorrow." The thief gathered up most of the money and started to leave. "Thank a person when you receive a gift," Shichiri added. The man thanked him and left. A few days later, the thief was caught and confessed to various crimes, including the offense against Shichiri. When Shichiri was called as a witness, he said, "This man is no thief, at least as far as I am concerned. I gave him the money and he thanked me for it." After completing his prison term, the man went to Shichiri and became his disciple. This story demonstrates extraordinary equanimity and the power of treating people as they might become rather than as they are. Shichiri did not react with fear or anger to the armed thief. He simply directed him to the money and continued his practice. Even more remarkably, he instructed the thief in courtesy, asking him to say thank you. By treating the encounter as a gift rather than a theft, Shichiri transformed its meaning. When called to testify, he could honestly say no theft had occurred because he had willingly given the money. This was not a lie, but a different way of understanding what had happened. The thief, having been treated with such unexpected dignity and generosity, was changed by the encounter. After prison, he returned not to rob again, but to learn. Sometimes the most powerful teaching is simply refusing to see someone as their worst action. Shichiri saw a potential student where others saw only a criminal. When Bankei held his meditation retreats, students came from throughout Japan to attend. During one gathering, a student was caught stealing. The matter was reported to Bankei with a request that the thief be expelled. Bankei ignored the case. Later, the student was caught stealing again, and once more Bankei disregarded it. This angered the other students, who created a petition asking for the thief's dismissal. They stated that otherwise they would all leave together. When Bankei had read the petition, he called everyone before him. "You are wise brothers," he told them. "You know what is right and what is wrong. You may go somewhere else to study if you wish, but this poor brother does not even know right from wrong. Who will teach him if I do not? I am going to keep him here even if all the rest of you leave." Tears streamed down the face of the brother who had stolen. All desire to steal vanished from him. This story shows compassion that refuses to abandon those most in need of guidance. The other students wanted the thief expelled, feeling morally superior and righteous in their demand. Bankei pointed out that they already knew right from wrong and could learn anywhere. But the thief was confused, lost, not yet able to distinguish properly. He needed teaching more than anyone else there. Bankei's willingness to lose all his other students rather than abandon this one troubled person demonstrated what true teaching means. The thief was transformed not by punishment or shame, but by being valued when he expected rejection. Bankei's refusal to give up on him succeeded where harsh discipline would likely have failed. Sometimes the greatest teaching is the stubborn insistence that everyone deserves a chance to change. The story reminds us that spiritual communities exist not for those who are already perfected, but for those who are struggling to grow. During the Kamakura period, Shinkan studied Tendai teachings for 6 years, then Zen for 7 years, then went to China and practiced Zen for 13 more years. When he returned to Japan, many people wished to meet him and ask him difficult questions. But Shinkan received visitors rarely, and when he did, he seldom answered their questions. One day, a 50-year-old student of enlightenment said to Shinkan, "I have studied the Tendai school since I was a child, but one thing in it I cannot understand. Tendai claims that even the grass and trees will become enlightened. To me, this seems very strange. Is less than #0. 5 is greater than. What use is it to discuss how grass and trees become enlightened?" asked Shinkan. The question is how you yourself can become enlightened. Did you ever consider that? I never thought of it in that way, the old man marveled. Then go home and think it over, finished Shinkan. This anecdote redirects philosophical speculation toward practical self-inquiry. The old student had spent decades studying doctrine and was puzzled by an abstract teaching about grass and trees. Shinkan saw immediately that this was intellectual distraction. Rather than explain the doctrine, he asked the essential question, "What about your own enlightenment?" After 50 years of study, the man had not yet turned the question toward himself. He was more concerned with understanding how grass becomes enlightened than with his own awakening. This is a common trap, endlessly discussing and analyzing teachings while avoiding the actual practice they point toward. Shinkan's redirection was not harsh but clear. Stop worrying about grass and trees. Start worrying about yourself. The teaching suggests that all our philosophical questions may be ways of avoiding the one question that truly matters. Gessen was a monk who painted and drew. Before beginning any work, he always insisted on payment in advance, and his prices were high. He became known as the stingy artist. A geisha once commissioned him for a painting. "How much can you pay?" Gessen asked. "Whatever you charge," the girl replied, "but I want you to work in front of me." So on a certain day, Gessen was called to where the geisha was hosting a feast for her patron. Gessen painted with skillful brushwork. When it was finished, he asked the highest fee of his era. He received his payment. Then the geisha turned to her patron and said, "All this artist wants is money. His paintings are beautiful, but his mind is dirty. Money has made it muddy. Created by such a filthy mind, his work is not fit to display. It is just about good enough for one of my petticoats." Removing her skirt, she asked Gessen to paint another picture on the back of her undergarment. "How much will you pay?" asked Gessen. "Oh, any amount," answered the girl. Gessen named an extravagant price, painted the picture as requested, and departed. It was discovered later that Gessen had specific reasons for wanting money. Famine frequently struck his province. The wealthy would not help the poor, so Gessen maintained a secret warehouse, unknown to anyone, which he kept filled with grain for emergencies. From his village to the national shrine, the road was in terrible condition and many travelers suffered crossing it. He wanted to build a better road. His teacher had died without fulfilling his wish to build a temple, and Gessen wished to complete this temple for him. After Gessen accomplished these 3 goals, he threw away his brushes and materials and, retiring to the mountains, never painted again. This story reveals how easily we judge others without knowing their true intentions. Gessen appeared greedy and was mocked by the geisha for caring only about money. He accepted this reputation without defending himself or explaining his purposes. Even when insulted and asked to paint on an undergarment, he simply charged his high fee and did the work. Only later did people learn that every coin went to feeding the hungry, improving the road for travelers, and honoring his teacher's unfulfilled dream. Gessen was willing to be seen as stingy and spiritually corrupt in order to accomplish genuine good. He did not need others to understand or approve of him. Once his 3 goals were complete, he immediately gave up painting and money entirely, showing that neither art nor wealth had ever been his real attachment. The teaching reminds us that we cannot know another person's heart from their external behavior. What appears as greed may be compassion in disguise. True virtue sometimes requires accepting false judgment from others. Sen no Rikyu, a tea master, wished to hang a flower basket on a column. He asked a carpenter to help him, directing the man to place it slightly higher or lower, to the right or left, until he found exactly the perfect spot. "That is the place," said Sen no Rikyu at last. The carpenter, wanting to test the master, marked the spot and then pretended he had forgotten. "Was this the place?" the carpenter kept asking, pointing to various locations on the column. But so precise was the tea master's sense of proportion that it was not until the carpenter pointed to the exact spot again that the location was approved. This brief anecdote demonstrates mastery that goes beyond conscious thought into direct perception. Sen no Rikyu did not use measurements or calculations to find the right spot for the flower basket. He simply knew when it was correct, through aesthetic sense refined over years of practice. The carpenter tested this by pointing to many different places, but the tea master could not be fooled. His perception was so accurate that only when the carpenter returned to the identical spot did Sen no Rikyu recognize it. This kind of precision comes not from rules, but from deep internalization of principles of harmony and balance. True mastery appears effortless, but is actually the result of complete absorption in one's art. Sen no Rikyu's body and eye had become so attuned to proportion that he could recognize perfection instantly. The story celebrates the kind of knowledge that lives in the senses and cannot be easily explained or taught through words alone. A nun who was seeking enlightenment made a statue of Buddha and covered it with gold leaf. Wherever she traveled, she carried this golden Buddha with her. Years passed, and, still carrying her Buddha, the nun came to live in a small temple in a region where there were many Buddha statues, each one with its own shrine. The nun wished to burn incense before her golden Buddha. Not wanting the fragrance to drift to the other statues, she created a funnel through which the smoke would rise only to her statue. This blackened the nose of the golden Buddha, making it especially ugly. This parable is about the consequences of possessive attachment, even to sacred objects. The nun had made her own Buddha statue and carried it everywhere, showing devotion but also attachment to this particular image. When she lived where other Buddha statues stood, she did not want to share her incense offerings with them. She wanted her Buddha to receive the devotion exclusively. By creating a funnel to direct the smoke only to her statue, she revealed that she had made her Buddha into a possession, something separate and special. The irony is that her attempt to honor her Buddha above others actually damaged it, blackening its nose with concentrated smoke. Perhaps the teaching is that when we grasp tightly even to spiritual things, we corrupt them. All Buddhas are the same Buddha, all expressions of the same reality. By treating hers as superior and separate, the nun missed this essential understanding. True devotion would include all Buddhas, not exclude them. The Buddhist nun, Ryonen, was born in 1797. She was a granddaughter of the famous warrior Shingen. Her poetic talent and striking beauty were such that at 17 she served the empress as one of the ladies of the court. Even at such a young age, fame awaited her. The beloved empress died suddenly, and Ryonen's dreams vanished. She became sharply aware of the impermanence of life in this world. It was then that she wished to study Zen. Her relatives disagreed, however, and essentially forced her into marriage. With a promise that she could become a nun after bearing 3 children, Ryonen agreed. Before she was 25, she had fulfilled this condition. Then her husband and relatives could no longer prevent her from following her desire. She shaved her head, took the name Ryonen, which means to realize clearly, and began her pilgrimage. She came to the city of Edo and asked Tetsugyu to accept her as a disciple. At one glance, the master rejected her because she was too beautiful. Ryonen then went to another master, Hakuo. Hakuo refused her for the same reason, saying that her beauty would only cause trouble. Ryonen obtained a hot iron and pressed it against her face. In a few moments, her beauty had vanished forever. Hakuo then accepted her as a disciple. Commemorating this occasion, Ryonen wrote a poem on the back of a small mirror. In the service of my empress, I burned incense too, perfume my exquisite clothes. Now, as a homeless mendicant, I burn my face to browns. Enter a Zen temple. When Ryonen was about to pass from this world, she wrote another poem. 66 times have these eyes beheld the changing, Scene of autumn. I have said enough about moonlight. Ask no more. Only listen to the voice of pines and cedars when no wind stirs. This story reveals the extremity of Ryonen's determination and the depth of her realization. After serving at court with beauty and talent, the Empress's death awakened her to impermanence. She wanted to devote herself to Zen, but family obligations forced her to marry and have children first. Once free, she sought teachers, but was rejected because her beauty would be distracting. Rather than accept this barrier, she destroyed her beauty with a hot iron, choosing disfigurement over being turned away. Her first poem shows the contrast between her two lives, once burning incense to perfume silk clothes, now burning her own face to enter practice. Her final poem, written at the end of her life, expresses complete understanding. She had seen autumn 66 times and said enough about moonlight, meaning she had exhausted poetic and intellectual description. Now she pointed only to direct experience, listening to pines and cedars in stillness. Ryonen's life shows that true commitment may require sacrifices we can barely imagine, and that realization finally transcends all words, pointing only to what is. Yamaoka Teshu served as tutor to the emperor. He was also a master swordsman and devoted student of Zen. His house sheltered wanderers and homeless people. He owned only one set of clothes because his generosity kept him poor. The emperor noticed how threadbare Yamaoka's garments had become and gave him money to purchase new ones. The next time Yamaoka appeared, he wore the same worn-out clothing. "What happened to the new clothes, Yamaoka?" the emperor asked. "I provided clothing for the children of your majesty," Yamaoka explained. This brief story reveals a radically different understanding of loyalty and service. The emperor gave Yamaoka money for himself, recognizing his shabby appearance. Most people would have accepted the gift gratefully and bought themselves something decent. But Yamaoka saw all the homeless people, all the vagabonds who came to his door, as belonging equally to the emperor. If they were subjects of his majesty, then they too were the emperor's children. By clothing them instead of himself, Yamaoka honored the emperor more deeply than if he had followed instructions. He showed that true service means caring for all the emperor's people, not just maintaining one's own dignity. From a Zen perspective, this reflects the understanding that all beings are connected. There is no fundamental separation between oneself and others. Yamaoka's poverty was not deprivation but freedom. He kept nothing for himself because he saw no meaningful distinction between his needs and others' needs. The emperor's gift reached those who needed it most, which perhaps honored the giver's spirit more than following the letter of his intention. Much nonsense is spoken today about masters and disciples, and about how a master's teaching passes to chosen successors who then have authority to transmit truth to their own students. Of course, Zen should be conveyed this way, from heart to heart, and in earlier times it truly happened like this. Silence and humility prevailed rather than claims and announcements. Someone who received such transmission kept it hidden, sometimes for 20 years. Only when another person discovered through their own seeking that a genuine teacher was present did it become known that transmission had occurred. Even then it arose naturally, and the teaching made its way on its own merit. Under no circumstances did a teacher proclaim, "I am the successor of so-and-so." Such a claim would prove exactly the opposite. The Zen master Munan had only one successor, whose name was Shoju. After Shoju completed his training, Munan summoned him. "I am growing old," he said, "and as far as I know, Shoju, you are the only one who will continue this teaching. Here is a book that has been handed down from master to master for 7 generations. I have also added many insights according to my own understanding. This book is precious, and I give it to you as a symbol of your succession. If the book is so important, you should keep it," Shoju replied. "I received your Zen without writing and am content with it as it is." "I understand that," said Munan. "Even so, this text has passed from master to master for 7 generations, so you may keep it as a token of having received the teaching. Here." They happened to be speaking near a brazier filled with hot coals. The moment Shoju felt the book in his hands, he threw it into the flames. He had no attachment to possessions. Munan, who had never been angry before, shouted, "What are you doing?" Shoju shouted back, "What are you saying?" This koan strikes at the heart of what transmission really means. The book represented 7 generations of accumulated wisdom, made even more valuable by Munan's additions. Yet Shoju burned it immediately, showing he understood that true Zen cannot be contained in pages. If the teaching was alive in him, no book was necessary. If it was not alive in him, no book could help. The dramatic exchange at the end reveals even deeper teaching. Munan, who supposedly never got angry, suddenly yelled when the book burned. This revealed his own remaining attachment. Shoju's response turned the question back on his teacher. If the teaching is truly beyond words, what are you upset about? Perhaps Shoju's burning of the book was his final test, or perhaps Munan's anger was a test to see if Shoju would be shaken. Either way, the story suggests that the essence of Zen is not in lineage documents or sacred texts. The moment we cling to the symbols of enlightenment, we lose enlightenment itself. Real transmission happens beyond all objects and certificates, directly from one awakened mind to another. After Kakua visited the emperor, he vanished, and no one knew what became of him. He was the first Japanese to study Zen in China, but because he showed almost nothing of what he learned, he is barely remembered for bringing Zen to his country. Kakua went to China and received authentic teaching. While there, he did not travel about. He meditated constantly, living in remote mountain regions. Whenever people discovered him and asked him to teach, he would say a few words and then relocate to an even more isolated spot. When Kakua returned to Japan, the emperor heard about him and requested that he teach Zen for the benefit of the emperor and his subjects. Kakua stood before the emperor in silence. Then he drew a flute from the folds of his robe and blew a single short note. Bowing politely, he disappeared. This story celebrates teaching that refuses to become words or doctrine. The emperor wanted Zen explained, packaged into something useful for himself and his people. Kakua's response was one note of music. Perhaps this was his way of pointing to what cannot be spoken. A musical note exists completely in the moment it sounds, then vanishes without leaving anything behind. It cannot be grasped or owned, only heard and experienced. This might be what Zen is like, something that must be directly experienced, not accumulated as knowledge. By playing one note and leaving, Kakua avoided becoming a court teacher, which might have corrupted the teaching into entertainment for nobility. His disappearance suggests that true teaching does not linger, does not build institutions, does not seek recognition. It appears briefly, offers what it can, and moves on. The story also suggests that someone who genuinely understands may show very little outwardly. Kakua brought Zen to Japan but is barely remembered because he refused to make a show of it. Sometimes the deepest transmission leaves the faintest trace. One day circumstances delayed the preparation of dinner for Fugai, a Soto Zen master, and his students. Hurrying to catch up, the cook rushed to the garden with his curved knife and cut the tops off green vegetables. He chopped them quickly together and made soup, not realizing that in his haste he had included part of a snake among the vegetables. Fugai's students thought they had never tasted such wonderful soup. But when the master discovered the snake's head in his own bowl, he called for the cook. "What is this?" he demanded, holding up the snake's head. "Oh, thank you, master," the cook replied, taking the piece and eating it immediately. This strange little story is both humorous and instructive. The cook made a serious mistake, accidentally including a snake in the soup. When confronted by his master, he could have made excuses, blamed the circumstances, or apologized profusely. Instead, he simply ate the evidence. Perhaps this was his way of taking complete responsibility without drama or explanation. By eating what he had served, he demonstrated that he would accept the consequences of his error literally. From a Zen perspective, this might represent the practice of accepting things exactly as they are, without resistance. Mistakes happen, and the snake ended up in the soup. Rather than create a big problem out of it, the cook simply resolved the situation in the most direct way possible. There is also something admirable about not making excuses or shifting blame, just eating one's mistakes, so to speak. Of course, eating a snake head is probably not recommended in ordinary circumstances, but as a teaching moment, it shows remarkable presence of mind. The cook transformed potential shame into immediate action, and perhaps even impressed his master with his quick response. A student asked Sozan, a Chinese Zen master, "What is the most valuable thing in the world?" The master answered, "The head of a dead cat." "Why is the head of a dead cat the most valuable thing in the world?" the student asked. Sozan replied, "Because no one can name its price." This koan appears deliberately absurd and provocative. The student asked about ultimate value, perhaps expecting an answer like enlightenment, Buddha nature, or compassion. Instead, Sozan named something worthless and grotesque, the severed head of a dead cat. His explanation compounds the paradox. It is valuable precisely because it has no price. Perhaps the teaching is that true value exists outside economic or conceptual systems of measurement. Things we can price, we can compare, trade, and commodify. But something genuinely beyond price exists in a different dimension altogether. A dead cat's head is so worthless that it falls outside the realm where value is calculated. In this way, it becomes priceless, not because it is precious, but because the whole framework of value does not apply to it. From another angle, the koan might be pointing to the emptiness of all valuations. What we call valuable or worthless are just mental constructions. Reality itself, whether a jewel or a dead cat's head, exists beyond our judgments about it. Or perhaps Sozan simply wanted to shock the student out of abstract philosophical questioning into direct perception of what is, without labels of valuable or worthless. Like many koans, this one resists final interpretation and instead invites us to sit with the discomfort of not knowing. In early Japan, people used lanterns made of bamboo and paper with candles inside. A blind man was visiting a friend one evening. As he prepared to leave, his friend offered him a lantern to carry home. "I do not need a lantern," the blind man said. "Light or darkness are the same to me." "I know you do not need a lantern to find your way," his friend replied, "but if you carry no light, someone else might run into you. So you must take it." The blind man set off with the lantern. Before he had gone very far, someone collided directly with him. "Look where you are going," he called out to the stranger. "Can you not see this lantern?" "Your candle has burned out, brother," the stranger replied. This parable works on multiple levels about seeing and not seeing. The blind man correctly understood that he did not need light for himself since he navigated by other senses. But his friend wisely noted that the lantern was not for the blind man's benefit, but for others. This shows that we do not always practice for ourselves alone, but also for those around us. The twist comes when the candle burns out unnoticed. The blind man could not see that his light had failed, and he assumed it still functioned. Perhaps the teaching is that we often believe we are illuminating the way for others when we are actually in darkness ourselves. We carry symbols of wisdom or virtue, thinking they make us visible or helpful, without realizing they have lost their substance. From a Zen perspective, this might point to the danger of relying on external forms, credentials, or appearances rather than genuine realization. A person can carry the lantern of Buddhist teachings or Zen practice without the flame of actual understanding still burning inside. The blind man teaching the ultimate truth might be that we must continuously check whether our light still burns, not assume it does simply because we carry the lantern. Kitano Genpo, abbot of Eihei Temple, lived to be 92 years old, passing away in 1933. Throughout his life, he worked to remain unattached to anything. When he was 20 and wandering as a monk, he met a traveler who smoked tobacco. As they walked together down a mountain road, they stopped under a tree to rest. The traveler offered Kitano some tobacco, which he accepted because he was very hungry at the time. "How enjoyable this smoking is," he remarked. The traveler gave him an extra pipe and tobacco before they parted ways. Kitano thought, "Such pleasant things might disturb my meditation. Before this goes any further, I will stop now." So he threw the pipe and tobacco away. When he was 23, he studied the I Ching, the profound teaching about the universe. It was winter, and he needed warm clothing. He wrote to his teacher, who lived 100 miles away, describing his need and gave the letter to a traveler to deliver. Nearly the entire winter passed with no reply or clothing. So Kitano used the I Ching, which also teaches divination, to determine whether his letter had been lost. He discovered this was indeed the case. A letter later arrived from his teacher with no mention of clothes. If I perform such accurate divination with I Ching, I may neglect my meditation, Kitano thought. So he abandoned this remarkable study and never used its methods again. When he was 28, he studied Chinese calligraphy and poetry. He became so skilled that his teacher praised him highly. Kitano reflected, "If I do not stop now, I will become a poet, not a Zen teacher." So he never composed another poem. This story chronicles a lifetime of conscious renunciation, each time letting go of something just as it becomes appealing. Kitano did not reject these activities because they were bad, but because they were good, so good they might distract him from his central purpose. The tobacco brought pleasure, the I Ching brought power and accuracy, the poetry brought artistic fulfillment and recognition. Each offered something genuine and valuable. Yet Kitano understood that accumulating accomplishments and pleasures, even legitimate ones, could become obstacles to the simplicity Zen requires. This is not about self-denial for its own sake, but about fierce dedication to one thing above all else. Each time he let go before attachment could form, recognizing the danger before it materialized, is less than #0. 5 is greater than. From a Zen perspective, this illustrates the principle that anything we grasp, even Dharma teachings or spiritual practices, can become chains if we are not careful. Non-attachment does not mean having nothing, but being willing to release anything that begins to possess us. Kitano's repeated choices show remarkable self-awareness and discipline. He could have justified keeping any of these skills as beneficial or harmless. Instead, he maintained clarity about his true path and refused to let even good things pull him away from it. The teaching suggests that spiritual life requires continuous pruning, letting go of what is merely pleasant or impressive to preserve what is essential. Tosui was the Zen master who left formal temple life to live under a bridge with beggars. When he grew very old, a friend helped him earn a living without begging. The friend showed Tosui how to collect rice and make vinegar from it, and Tosui did this work until he died. While Tosui was making vinegar, one of the beggars gave him a picture of the Buddha. Tosui hung it on the wall of his hut and placed a sign beside it. The sign read, "Mr. Amida Buddha, this little room is quite narrow. I can let you. Remain as a transient. But don't think I am asking you to help me to be reborn in your paradise." This brief anecdote reveals Tosui's independent spirit and his refusal of conventional religious comfort. He accepted the Buddha image as a gift and hung it respectfully in his humble dwelling. But his sign makes clear that this is not devotional practice in the usual sense. He addresses Amida Buddha directly, almost familiarly, as Mr. The Buddha can stay as a temporary guest, but Tosui is not interested in the promise of paradise that Amida traditionally offers. This challenges the popular Buddhism of his time, which emphasized faith in Amida's power to bring believers to the Pure Land after death. Tosui's sign declares his self-reliance. He neither seeks favors from the Buddha nor believes in rescue from outside himself. Perhaps this reflects the Zen principle that enlightenment must be achieved through one's own effort and realization, not through external grace or intervention. Yet there is humor here too, treating the Buddha image as a roommate who needs to understand the house rules. The narrow room might represent Tosui's simple life or his unwavering independence, too small to accommodate the expectations that come with religious images. For someone who chose to live with beggars rather than in temples, this sign is consistent, rejecting even spiritual hierarchy and supernatural assistance. Tosui remained free even in the presence of the sacred. Shoichi was a one-eyed teacher of Zen, radiant with enlightenment. He taught his disciples at Tofuku Temple. Day and night, the entire temple remained in complete silence. There was no sound whatsoever. Even the reciting of sutras was eliminated by the teacher. His students had nothing to do but sit in meditation. When the master died, an elderly neighbor heard bells ringing and sutras being chanted. Then she understood that Shoichi had passed away. This mysterious tale suggests that Shoichi's presence itself maintained the profound silence. He abolished even the traditional chanting of sutras, leaving only meditation as practice. This was radical, since sutra recitation is a central part of Buddhist temple life. The silence was so complete and constant that it became the temple's defining characteristic. Yet when Shoichi died, suddenly bells and chanting were heard. This creates a puzzling reversal: silence during his life, sound at his death. Perhaps the return of sound marked the end of his teaching method, with disciples resuming conventional practices after losing their unusual master. Or perhaps the silence was so deep that only his death could break it, the sound arising naturally as a response to profound loss. From a Zen perspective, the story might point to how true teaching often goes beyond words and forms. Shoichi's silent temple was his expression of Zen, where meditation alone was sufficient and all other activities were unnecessary additions. The neighbor hearing the bells and sutras served as the announcement of his passing, the breaking of silence signaling that the master who created it was gone. Perhaps the teaching is that genuine realization creates its own atmosphere, and when that presence is removed, old forms rush back in to fill the space. Buddha said, "I consider the positions of kings and rulers as that of dust, motes. I observe treasures of gold and gems as so many bricks and pebbles. I look upon the finest silken robes as tattered rags. I see myriad worlds of the universe as small seeds of fruit, and the greatest lake in India as a drop of oil on my foot. I perceive the teachings of the world to be the illusion of magicians. I discern the highest conception of emancipation as a golden brocade in a dream, and view the holy path of the illuminated ones as flowers appearing in one's eyes. I see meditation as a pillar of a mountain, nirvana as a nightmare of daytime. I look upon the judgment of right and wrong as the serpentine dance of a dragon, and the rise and fall of beliefs as but traces left by the four seasons." This teaching from Buddha presents a radical perspective that turns all conventional values and even spiritual concepts upside down. Kings and rulers, usually considered powerful and important, are seen as mere dust. Gold, gems, and fine clothing that most people treasure are no different from ordinary stones and rags. Even vast concepts like myriad worlds become tiny as fruit seeds. But the teaching goes further, questioning not just worldly values but spiritual ones too. The world's teachings are illusions. Even the highest ideas about liberation are like golden cloth in a dream, beautiful but unreal. The holy path itself is compared to flowers appearing in the eyes, optical illusions that seem present but have no external reality. Meditation becomes solid as a mountain pillar, and even nirvana is called a daytime nightmare. The judgment of right and wrong is just a serpent's dance, and beliefs rise and fall like seasons, temporary and cyclical. Perhaps Buddha is pointing to a state beyond all categories and distinctions, where even the teachings that lead to freedom must eventually be released. From a Zen perspective, this reflects the principle of not clinging to anything, not even to Buddhism itself. Every concept, every value judgment, every spiritual attainment is ultimately empty of inherent reality. This teaching does not nihilistically deny everything, but rather frees us from being trapped by any particular view, even enlightened ones. True freedom lies beyond all our constructions, both mundane and sacred. Gasan sat at the bedside of Teki Sui 3 days before his teacher's death. Teki Sui had already chosen him as his successor. A temple had recently burned down, and Gasan was working to rebuild it. Tekisui asked him, "What will you do after the temple is rebuilt?" "When your illness is over, we want you to teach there," Gasan said. "Suppose I do not live until then?" "Then we will find someone else," Gasan replied. Suppose you cannot find anyone? Tekisui continued. Gassen answered loudly, Don't ask such foolish questions. Just go to sleep. This final exchange between the dying teacher and successor reveals perfect understanding on both sides. Tekisui was testing Gassen's realization even in his last days, using the rebuilding of the temple as a frame for deeper questions. His questions probed whether Gassen was attached to having his teacher present or dependent on finding the perfect replacement. Gassen's responses showed complete practicality and non-attachment. If the teacher lives, good. If not, find someone else. If that fails, something else will arise. There was no sentimentality, no clinging to how things should be. But Tekisui pushed one more time, perhaps to see if Gassen would panic or show doubt. Gassen's loud response cut through the testing entirely. These are foolish questions because they imagine problems that do not exist yet and may never exist. His command to just go to sleep was both compassionate and firm, telling his dying teacher to stop worrying and rest. From a Zen perspective, this demonstrates the teaching of dealing with what is actually present, not with imagined future difficulties. The dying teacher needed rest, not philosophical discussion. Gassen's directness showed his readiness to lead, not by having all answers, but by addressing what is real in each moment. Perhaps Tekisui smiled as he drifted off, knowing his successor understood perfectly. And so we come to the end of our journey through these ancient Zen stories. Some were gentle. Others were strange, even disturbing. You may have found yourself unsettled by certain moments, questioning what you heard. That discomfort is part of what these stories do. These tales are not meant to comfort or reassure. They break things open. They challenge our usual ways of thinking. Some contain wisdom we can use. Others simply remain mysterious or troubling or bizarre. The monks and masters in these stories lived in a different time with different customs. Not everything they did should be imitated. Not every teaching lands the same way across centuries. But their questions still echo. How do we live? How do we let go? How do we face what frightens us? Take from these stories what serves you. Leave the rest. May you rest well. Thank you for joining us here at Sleepy Monk.